World Lore of Aeternum, a deep dive into the mystical heart of New World. Section 1. The Isle of Aeternum, setting the stage. Aeternum. Even the word seems to linger in the air like the taste of salt and starlight. Sailors speak it in whispers, as though saying the name aloud might wake something beneath the waves. For generations, it has drifted through maritime rumor, an island that defies the maps, hidden behind storms that never break, said to be a paradise overflowing with riches and vitality. Yet those who claim to have glimpsed its shores speak with the haunted eyes of survivors, not conquerors. When the first explorers pierced the storm wall, they expected discovery. What they found was a living contradiction, a land bursting with life that never truly dies. On Aeternum, time bends in peculiar ways. The forest canopy glows with faint blue veins, where azoth seeps through bark and root. Waterfalls shimmer with unnatural light, and when night falls, the stars above pulse in rhythm with the island's own invisible heartbeat. The air itself hums faintly, as if aware that it is being watched by whatever consciousness breathes through the land. The survivors of those earliest voyages tell the same story in different tongues, their ships torn apart by a storm that seemed almost deliberate. They remember walls of lightning, curling like living serpents, voices carried in the thunder calling them by name. When they awoke on the beaches of Aeternum, many bore no wounds, only the chill of resurrection. Some swore they had drowned and been returned. Whether that is true or not, it could imply that even in those first moments, the island was already claiming them, binding their souls to its soil. For newcomers, Aeternum appears idyllic at first glance. Lush meadows roll into crystalline rivers. The scent of wild herbs drifts across the breeze. Ancient ruins rise like broken teeth through the earth, hinting at civilizations that predate any known chart. But spend a single night here and the illusion fractures. The forests whisper in unfamiliar tongues. Shadows stretch a little too far, and every dream feels as though someone else is dreaming through you. Based on what we know from journals recovered from early expeditions, many explorers began speaking to the island as if it could hear them. Some claimed it even answered back. To the south lies Windswood, the gentlest region, a place of open plains and fertile valleys where settlers first tried to rebuild a semblance of the world they left behind. Yet even there, the soil seems to remember too much. Crops grow with unnatural speed and then wither overnight. The settlers learned quickly that Aeternum gives generously, but never for free. Moving eastward, one reaches Reekwater, a marshland perpetually veiled in mist. Here, ship masts jut from the swamps like gravestones, and the drowned souls of sailors, the lost, wander endlessly, replaying the final acts of their mortal lives. Some scholars suggest the region sits atop an unusually dense vein of azoth, which could explain why death there feels thinner, like a curtain fluttering instead of a wall. Others whisper that reek water itself is a memory of the ocean, refusing to forget those who dared defy it. Further north, the terrain rises into the frozen passes of the Great Cleave, where red corruption bleeds through the snow. Jagged black spires thrust upward from the ice, pulsing faintly with malevolent energy. Travelers here report hearing a low drone beneath the wind, perhaps the voice of the corrupted, perhaps the island's own exhausted sigh. Whatever its source, it chills even those who have long since lost the habit of fear. And encircling it all lies the storm wall, a perpetual tempest that roars against the horizon. Its lightning glows the same eerie blue as Azoth itself, suggesting that the storm may be part of the island rather than protection from it. No ship that tries to leave survives the attempt for long. The few fragments that wash back onto shore are blackened as though burned from within. Some historians believe the storm wall was shaped by the ancients as a seal. Others think it is the island's immune system preventing contagion from escaping into the wider world. Whichever interpretation proves true, one thing is certain: Aeternum does not let go. The longer a soul remains here, the more it changes. Time becomes slippery, days stretch, memories blur, faces reappear in different centuries. There are explorers whose names are carved into the ruins themselves, proof that they lived long before their own births. It could suggest that the island bends not only life and death, but chronology itself, folding moments until history loops like a snake devouring its tail. Yet amid the strangeness, there is beauty beyond comprehension. The air smells sharper, colors seem deeper, and every sound carries an echo that feels half musical, half mournful. When the sun sinks, the entire island seems to breathe out, sighing through the leaves. In that twilight hush, it's easy to believe Aeternum is alive, not metaphorically but literally, a living consciousness dreaming itself into forests, rivers, and storms. Those who study the island often come to the same uneasy conclusion. Aeternum is both paradise and predator. It offers endless life, yet devours meaning. It heals wounds, yet steals memory. Based on what we know, it may not distinguish between kindness and cruelty. It simply balances itself, the way nature always does. The explorers who first set foot here believed they had discovered immortality. In truth, they had entered a cycle far older. and far less forgiving. The first camps were simple circles of firelight pushed back against a horizon that never truly darkened. Sailcloth stretched over ribs of driftwood, ropes dried on stakes where they hissed with salt, and boots lined in a row left prints that refilled as if the earth didn't like to be marked. People took stock of their meager tools, counted flints and needles and prayers, and did the ordinary work of making a life. It helped to pretend the island was ordinary too. They learned quickly which pretenses would hold and which would fracture. Trees felled at dawn sometimes stood again by dusk, not as if someone had replanted them, but as if the stump had simply reconsidered. Wells that tasted sweet one evening ran bright with brackish blue the next morning, the water humming faintly when cupped in two hands. Based on what we know from scattered journals, the settlers began to map places by sound as much as by sight. Meadows with a little silver hum, gullies with a soft throb like a heartbeat underfoot, cliff paths where the wind carried a chord you felt in your... When the lost came, it was not with a battle cry, it was with habit. A fisherman wandered down the strand before sunrise carrying a net that dripped seawater though it hadn't yet touched the surf. He hummed a tune only half remembered, stepped to the same patch of tide line again and again, and cast the net into a place where no fish swam. He did not speak when spoken to. He did not falter when a wave knocked him sideways. He picked up the net and began again. Those who watched felt horror more quietly than they expected. The scene had the gravity of ritual. It could imply that on Aeternum, routine itself becomes a kind of afterlife, a loop worn into the world where will has been rubbed thin. Soon there were more. A cluster of sailors trying to row a boat, long broken along the sand, a cook stirring an empty pot over a fire that had gone out 2 winters ago, a guard checking the same unstrung crossbow for a string that was never there. They were not predators, not immediately. They were reminders of how the island handles the absence of an ending. The settlers learned to step around them with the same care they gave to cliff edges or hidden roots. Pity helped. Distance helped more. The corrupted announced themselves differently. They were a noise in the night first. Iron dragged against stone. A far-off clangor like bell metal struck in anger. By day, travelers found footprints sunk too deep in the mud, as if something heavier than a person had passed on human feet. Red-veined lesions, marbled trees and boulders. Later, the settlers would learn to read those lesions like storm warnings. The deeper the crimson, the closer the danger. Fragments suggest the corrupted are less a people than a condition that takes hold when azoth is bent toward dominion, where the lost are emptied, the corrupted are overfilled. Defenses rose as repetition became survival. Stakes ringed the camp perimeters, and lanterns were hung high to push the blue-tinged dark back to the tree line. Those lanterns burned strange oils, skimmed from pools the settlers learned to avoid unless necessary. The light they gave off was steady, and the shadows they cast looked almost kind. Watch rotations formed, then hardened into custom. A bell was found in a ruin and hung from a frame of ship timber. Its tone was too pure for its dented shape, as if it remembered a better body. When it rang, the sound ran farther than sound should, carrying along the ribs of the island and returning from cliffs a mile away, almost unchanged. In places like Windsward and Monarch's Bluffs, first real settlements tried to knit together structure from strangeness. Streets were laid, not straight, because straight paths sometimes bent themselves overnight, but along contours the ground seemed to prefer. Market tables appeared beneath canvas awnings, their legs braced against a constant, almost musical vibration that rose at dusk and quieted at dawn. Bakers learned which yeast took to azoth and which rebelled. Bread baked too quickly could taste like rain. Even without formal declarations, these earliest hubs set a tone that would ripple outward. We coexist, we adapt, we take what is offered with careful hands. Northbound caravans brought risk and news in equal measure. They carried timber, planed so smooth it wicked dew like cloth. Iron stained a blue the color of distant thunderheads, and stories of places where the forest had opinions. The pass into the Great Cleave was one such place. Guides advised moving as a loose thread rather than a tight line. A column invited attention. Travelers walked spread out and humming. Some claimed the mountain tolerated music better than silence. It may be that pattern comforts Aeternum, or it may be that pattern distracts it, but the habit persisted because the habit worked. Every map was provisional. The coastline itself seemed to shift by degrees no instrument could measure. A point might jut 2 ship lengths farther out one season and collapse inward the next, as though the island exhaled and let a rib show, then drew breath again. Cartographers learned humility. They drew dotted lines and left margins wide for corrections. In the corners of those maps, little sketches appeared, a fish with too many fins, a tree whose roots climbed up its trunk like braided hair, a shrine shaped like an eye closed in sleep. The shrines especially drew attention. Some were smooth, as if carved by water. Others carried angles that felt older than geometry. Pilgrims, cautious and practical, not zealots yet, reported that standing within their circles made the air easier to breathe, as if distances elsewhere shrank while one stood there. Based on what we know from later accounts, these would become waypoints, woven into daily life with the same pragmatism as wells. Not all exchanges with the island were adversarial. There were mornings when the sea laid gifts on the sand, driftwood that burned longer than oak, a scatter of shells that chimed like glass when a breeze crossed them, lengths of rope salted so perfectly they never rotted. There were evenings when the sky went the color of plums and copper, and every sound in the forest softened as if muffled by a great palm. It's tempting to call these graces, but that's a human word. Perhaps they were simply intervals when the balance leaned our way. Stories traveled as quickly as goods. Rumor from Reekwater told of a lanternman who guided caravans through the marshes by walking ahead on paths that didn't exist until his feet touched them. Another tale from the cliffs above First Light described a woman who watched her own footprints appear on the trail before she stepped, like a memory leading her somewhere she hadn't yet been. Most of these accounts end abruptly, mid-sentence, the way journals do when the writer intends to continue and never returns. The gaps are part of Aeternum's voice. It speaks not only by presence, but by omission. Immortality as a concept changed meanings week by week. Early on, the new arrivals treated their returns from death as miracles, hard to process but undeniably practical. A fall from a ladder hurt less when you knew you'd rise again. The fourth or fifth return stripped fear from minor risks and moved it to places fear belonged. The slow thinning of memory, the way faces blur at the edges, the sensation that the self leaks like water from a cracked jar. Based on what we know, not everyone experienced these symptoms the same way. Some lived lifetimes on the island with minds sharp as new knives. Others frayed quickly, perhaps because they pushed against the island's currents, perhaps because the currents chose. The difference has never been mapped. The storm wall remained the horizon's one constant artifact, a visible thesis that sealed the argument. Aeternum is a closed system. Sailors tested it with every cunning they possessed, skirting its edge at dawn, charting it under new moons, sending unmanned boats to feel for gaps. But the storm behaved like a living border. Some logs describe a hush at the center of a strike, the way a heart rests between beats. That detail could imply a cycle rather than a simple barrier, the storm inhaling and exhaling in concert with the island's own rhythms. Amid all of this, a quiet philosophy grew. It had no church and no charter, only the manner in which people moved and spoke. They kept their tools in good repair, for tools responded to care. They greeted the lost softly, for courtesy costs nothing, and sometimes steadied the air. They resisted the corrupted firmly and without malice, as if cutting away rot from a living tree. They took what they needed and less, not out of generosity, but because excess echoed back strangely in the days that followed. If there is such a thing as etiquette for living inside another being, this was it. And so the settlers endured their first seasons, then their first years. They built homes with doors that opened inward during the northwest winds and outward when the sea warmed. They learned which stones liked to sit beside hearths and which cracked in complaint. They marked births and rememberings and the quiet finalities that still occur, even here. They watched the sky and tracked the old ruins' pulsing light, and, little by little, accepted that belonging on Aeternum is less a claim than a practice. By the time rumors of organized banners, marauders, covenant, syndicate began to drift along the roads like colored threads on the wind, the island was already shaping the people who would later claim it. But those are stories for a later watch by the fire. For now, there is the soft surge of the sea below the bluffs, the silver hum behind the shrines, the lantern that burns with a steady, patient glow. Because beneath every step and story in this first chapter is the same unseen current, the same blue pulse moving through root and rock and wind. Azoth. If Aeternum is a body, azoth is its blood, mysterious, merciful, and merciless by turns. Understanding it is the only way to understand this place at all. Section 2. The essence of Azoth. Life, death, and rebirth. Azoth. The word itself sounds like a breath drawn in wonder and exhaled in reverence. Those who first wrote it in their journals did so with hesitation, as if naming it might somehow weaken its magic. Yet every page of lore, every carving on the walls of the ancients' ruins, and every life spent on Aeternum leads back to this single, luminous mystery. It is the island's lifeblood, a substance that hums just beneath perception, the hidden rhythm to which every living thing on Aeternum sways. It flows in rivers unseen, rises in glowing vapors from the cracks between stones, and bleeds from wounded trees like liquid moonlight. When it catches the air, It sparks faintly, and the world seems to hold its breath. Some describe it as energy, others as spirit. Both are true, and neither is enough. When explorers first encountered azoth, they treated it as any other mineral. They tried to bottle it, refine it, trade it, and sell it. But they soon learned that azoth does not behave like gold or iron. It seeps through any vessel that tries to contain it, as if refusing ownership. A scholar's account recovered from a long-lost settlement in Monarch's Bluffs tells of an experiment to capture azoth in a sealed glass orb. The following morning, the glass remained intact, but the scholar was gone. Only her shadow burned into the wall, faintly glowing blue. Whether this was myth or truth, it could imply that azoth's nature is closer to thought than matter. What we know for certain is this: azoth gives life, but it does not understand mercy. When it touches flesh, it heals. When it lingers, it mutates. Wounds close as if they never existed, yet the healed skin bears a faint phosphorescence. Eyes adapt to see in darkness. Strength grows beyond natural measure. The first settlers called these blessings of the spark, but as the seasons turned, they noticed the same light flickering in those who had long since died. Corpses refused to decay. Those buried in shallow graves rose again, neither alive nor dead, driven by half-remembered impulses. The island's gift revealed itself as a cycle, not of renewal, but of refusal. The lost are the purest expression of this paradox. They are not undead in the way sailors' legends speak of cursed corpses. They are people caught in repetition, fragments of will trapped in azoth's embrace. A miner forever chipping at invisible ore. A captain pacing the ghost of a deck. A scholar turning pages that turned to dust centuries ago. The lost are what happens when azoth refuses to let go, when the soul becomes an echo. Based on what we know from recovered journals, many of these souls were once those who embraced the island's promise too eagerly. They sought eternity and found monotony, immortality without meaning. Yet for all its cruelty, azoth is not purely malevolent. Its essence animates Aeternum's landscapes in ways that feel deliberate, almost loving. Trees bloom in midwinter. Rivers carry light instead of reflection. Insects leave trails that shimmer like starlight before fading into nothing. The flora and fauna of the island live in a state of heightened awareness, as though they share one mind distributed among countless bodies. Some travelers swear that the forest itself responds to emotion, that branches bend toward laughter and recoil from rage. This could imply a deep symbiosis, that Azoth perceives feeling the way we perceive weather, shifting subtly to maintain its equilibrium. The ancients once wielded this power openly. Their ruins stand as monuments to a civilization that understood Azoth not as resource, but as revelation. The architecture itself resonates with the same frequency as the veins of the earth, carved to channel its energy through runic conduits. When touched, those runes still hum softly, the air around them vibrating with a warmth that feels almost sentient. Many scholars have noted that these designs mirror patterns found in certain coral species and crystalline lattices, suggesting that the ancients built in harmony with the island's natural forms rather than imposing geometry upon it. Perhaps they learned later set good that Azoth cannot conquered, it can only be taught. To the humans who came later, Azoth represented salvation. Ships filled with broken soldiers, plague survivors, and exiles arrived seeking rebirth. And for a time, they found it. Scars faded, age reversed, even memories sharpened to painful clarity. But there was a price. Each resurrection dulled a different edge of humanity. Some lost their capacity for sleep, others for joy, a few for compassion. The process was rarely immediate, more often a slow erosion, like a shoreline eaten by tide. "We live forever," one settler wrote, "but our hearts grow thinner each season, until even kindness feels like a rumor." The corrupted embody the other extreme. Where the lost are emptied, the corrupted are overfilled, their bodies swollen with Azoth's fire until it burns through the skin in veins of red light. They do not forget who they were. They remember too much, every ambition magnified until it consumes them. Based on what we know, corruption seems to arise where Azoth pools and stagnates, unable to flow freely through the island's veins. These are the wounds of Aeternum itself, festering where greed or violence has choked its natural rhythm. To cleanse them is to heal the island. To ignore them is to invite contagion. Animals too reflect Azoth's dual nature. Wolves glow faintly in moonlight, their eyes mirroring not hunger, but curiosity. Boars grow tusks of translucent crystal. Even the smallest insects hum with faint resonance, moving in synchronized swarms that trace patterns across the air. Patterns that some claim match the glyphs of the ancients. Whether coincidence or design, it suggests that Azoth's influence extends far beyond what human senses can perceive. Perhaps every living thing here is merely a note in a single, unending chord. There are those who worship azoth as divine, and those who study it as science. The Covenant sees it as the Creator's breath, proof that the island is sacred and that corruption is the shadow cast by sin. The Syndicate, in contrast, calls it the universal solvent, capable of dissolving the boundaries between spirit and matter. Both are partly right. Azoth unites creation and destruction so seamlessly that morality becomes irrelevant. Fire burns whether it warms or destroys. Azoth flows whether it heals or corrupts. And yet, for all its mystery, Azoth feels strangely familiar. The first breath after drowning, the pulse of blood in the wrist, the spark behind the eyes when thought ignites. These are echoes of Azoth within us. On Aeternum, the separation between soul and substance is thinner, as if the island simply amplifies what was already there. Perhaps that is why those who stay too long begin to mirror the island, resilient, restless, unending. At twilight, when the mists settle low and the air smells faintly of ozone, you can see the veins of Azoth glowing faintly beneath the earth like buried constellations. They weave through roots and rivers alike, converging beneath the ruins of the ancients and the shrines of the settlers. The energy hums softly, almost like a lullaby, as though the island sings to itself. Those who have heard it say, "It is not a melody of words, but of feeling," a sound that carries both peace and warning. Perhaps that is Azoth's truest nature. Not power, not punishment, but memory. Aeternum remembers every footstep, every breath, every life that has touched its soil. And Azoth is the language of that remembrance. Based on what we know, to live here is to become part of that language, a word in a sentence still being written. For generations of stranded souls, the study of Azoth became less an act of curiosity and more a necessity of survival. Those who learned to attune to its hum lived longer, healed faster, and occasionally returned from death with their memories intact. Those who resisted it entirely often found themselves diminished, brittle, hollow, as though life on Aeternum itself required a measure of surrender. The line between acceptance and submission, however, was never clear. The settlers called the first tools that manipulated Azoth focuses. These were small relics of the ancients, crystalline orbs and metal fragments carved with geometric lines that shimmered when exposed to light. When held, they grew warm, responding to thought more than touch. It could imply that Azoth reacts to consciousness as if thought itself is a kind of key. Modern scholars often describe it as a feedback loop. The mind shapes the flow, and the flow reshapes the mind. Based on what we know from surviving expedition logs, this was the foundation of Aeternum's magic, the resonance between human intention and the island's pulse. It began modestly, a traveler concentrating on light to find their way through dense fog, or a healer coaxing azoth through their palms to close a wound. But ambition is a contagion all its own. Before long, the first artisans learned to weave azoth into metal, binding it into weapons that sang faintly when drawn. Aeternum's blacksmiths claimed that the metal remembered its strikes. Each blow of the hammer aligned it further with the wielder's will. In this way, the weapons became mirrors of their makers, precise, loyal, and sometimes haunted. The process known as infusion grew from these early discoveries. By combining fragments of crystallized azoth, known to settlers as wisps, with common materials, craftsmen could forge objects imbued with impossible properties. Cloth that never tore, ink that glowed softly under moonlight, tools that never dulled. Yet the more the settlers infused their world, the more they noticed that the island responded. The nights grew brighter, the forests denser, the storms angrier. Some claimed the very act of crafting was feeding the land's awareness. We shape the island, one syndicate scholar wrote, and it shapes us in return. Among the most remarkable applications of azoth was travel. The network of shrines scattered across Aeternum, those strange circular structures humming faintly at twilight, were eventually recognized as resonant nodes, remnants of the ancients' transportation system. When touched, they awaken, their carved symbols glowing like fireflies caught in stone. With enough concentration, a traveler can dissolve into blue light at one shrine and reappear at another. To the uninitiated, it looks like magic. To the practiced, it feels like remembering a shortcut through space itself. Some scholars suggest that these shrines do not move the traveler through distance, but through memory, aligning moments rather than locations. This could imply that azoth bends time as easily as matter, a possibility most wisely leave untested. Even with all its uses, azoth remained unpredictable. Overexposure caused the mind to fray, and the body to shimmer with a faint inner luminescence. Those who worked the mines of Shattered Mountain often developed eyes that glowed faintly blue and skin that grew cool to the touch. Many considered them blessed, others doomed. The Covenant saw them as martyrs, believing that divine energy marked the faithful. The Syndicate, less sentimental, viewed them as research subjects, proof that the human body could evolve towards something greater or stranger. In some of the oldest ruins, deeper than any explorer willingly goes, Azoth behaves differently. It becomes solid, crystallized into towering formations that hum with a sound so low it vibrates in the bones. The color shifts from radiant blue to deep indigo, sometimes even red, as if the energy itself were suffocating under its own intensity. Fragments suggest that this dark azoth may be the same force that breeds the corrupted, the negative heartbeat of Aeternum, mirroring the purity above with decay below. The ancients may have understood this duality. Their ruins often include counterbalancing symbols, light and shadow, creation and unmaking. As settlers explored these depths, they found devices resembling altars or engines, relics still active after countless centuries. When approached, the air thickened and faint whispers rippled through the azoth veins in nearby stone. Some heard their own voices echoed back. Others heard languages long forgotten. No one who listened too long returned unchanged. It's possible these machines were designed to communicate with the island itself, or with the energy that animates it. Whether they succeeded is unknown. The few who survived such encounters described the sensation as being seen from the inside out. Despite these dangers, Azoth remained irresistible. It fueled the settlers' daily life, powering lamps that never went out, easing the forging of impossible alloys, and giving rise to the first great factional divides. The marauders saw it as the ultimate resource, the foundation of a new empire built by strength and discipline. The Covenant saw it as sacred flame, proof that the divine walked among them. And the Syndicate, ever secretive, treated it as a riddle that could rewrite the laws of existence. Each faction built its own philosophy around Azoth, drawing power and purpose from interpretations that suited their nature. The result was inevitable: conflict. Wars fueled not by territory, but by ideology, each side claiming to know what Azoth wanted. Yet even in their battles, the energy lingered like a silent observer, mending what it could, reclaiming what it could not. Some historians later noted that battlefields often sprouted rare flowers in the shapes of spirals and circles, patterns that match the sigils of the ancients. It could imply that the island itself records such violence, digesting it into new life. There is an unsettling intimacy in how Azoth interacts with the human soul. When one dies on Aeternum and returns, it is Azoth that bridges the gap. But every resurrection leaves a trace, a faint residue of who they were before. Over centuries, these traces accumulate, and the island becomes crowded not only with the living, but with the memories of countless lives stacked one upon another like layers of translucent glass. Some travelers claim to hear their past selves whisper in dreams. Others feel the weight of footsteps they do not remember taking. Perhaps, as some scholars suggest, Aeternum is not a place in the world, but a reflection of it, a memory given form, sustained by Azoth's will to remember everything. When night falls and the stars shimmer like scattered embers, the boundaries between sky and soil blur. The veins of Azoth running through the ground seem to echo the constellations above, as though the same energy courses through both heaven and earth. Maybe that is the final truth, that Azoth is not confined to Aeternum at all. It is the universe's original language, spoken aloud here more clearly than anywhere else. And those who come to Aeternum to seek immortality are, in truth, only learning to listen. Section 3. The Ancients and the Forgotten Civilization. Before the first human keel scraped the sand of Aeternum's shores, before the word Azoth was whispered by mortal tongues, there were the Ancients. Their presence lingers everywhere, not merely in ruins, but in the very geometry of the island. Every ridge and valley feels intentional, shaped with a precision that defies wind and weather. Even now, when light falls across a broken arch or the smooth face of a black obelisk, the shadows seem to align, as if following instructions too old for memory. No one knows what the ancients called themselves. Ancients is a name the settlers gave them out of humility, perhaps envy. Based on what we know from carvings found in the ruins of Ebonscale Reach and Eden Grove, they were not gods, but neither were they simply men. They walked the line between flesh and divinity, harnessing Azoth with a fluency that modern minds can only mimic in fragments. Their architecture speaks not only of power, but of comprehension, an understanding of Azoth's harmony rather than its dominance. The ruins of the ancients are scattered across Aeternum, like bones from some colossal fallen creature. In the south, near Windsward and First Light, the structures are gentle, low terraces, worn statues with serene faces, water channels that still glow faintly at night. To the north, near Shattered Mountain, the architecture grows severe. Towering pylons carved with spirals of impossible intricacy, halls where the air trembles with residual energy. The contrast could imply a cultural evolution, a civilization that began in balance and ended in excess. When explorers first entered these ruins, they assumed they were tombs. In truth, they were laboratories, observatories, and sanctuaries. The ancients did not bury their dead in darkness. They returned them to Azoth, dissolving body and soul into pure resonance. This belief that energy could transcend mortality shaped every aspect of their world based on what we know from deciphered tablets. They viewed Azoth as the breath between worlds, the connective tissue of existence itself. Inside one partially intact vault near Siren's Stand, scholars found murals depicting luminous beings standing beneath a sky split by twin moons. Around them were symbols of transformation, humans shedding shadows like skins, ascending into patterns of light. Some historians suggest this represents the ancients' goal, to merge with Azoth completely, becoming part of the eternal current of creation. Others interpret it as a warning, an allegory of pride. Either way, the message is clear. Their reach exceeded the limits of flesh. The evidence of that ambition remains. Massive constructs, half living and half machine, still patrol certain ruins. These ancient guardians are carved from obsidian stone, shot through with glowing blue veins. They move with ponderous grace, their joints whispering like sand underfoot. When attacked, they retaliate not in rage, but in duty, following patterns of defense long forgotten by the world. Some believe they guard sacred Azoth wells. Others think they are simply lost automatons, endlessly repeating the last order of a civilization that no longer exists. Their endurance is a testament to a technology that fuses life and artifice so completely it defies decay. In the heart of Eden Grove lies one of the most complete ancient sites, the Tempest's Heart Complex. It rises from the jungle like a cathedral to geometry itself, angles that bend light, corridors that hum with unseen frequencies. Explorers report seeing visions within those walls, flashes of landscapes not found anywhere on Aeternum, silhouettes of cities suspended in mist. This could imply that the ancients discovered a way to pierce the boundaries between worlds, or perhaps between moments. Theories differ, but what remains undeniable is that they understood Azoth as both key and door. There is evidence to suggest that the ancient society was not monolithic. Some ruins show signs of reverence toward nature, gardens, aqueducts, shaped like vines, shrines aligned perfectly with solstices. Others reek of industrial intent, furnaces, extraction pits, and chambers designed for containment rather than worship. Based on what we know, these may represent different philosophies within their civilization, those who sought harmony with azoth and those who sought to harness it. If so, their downfall may have begun as an argument of purpose. The catastrophe that ended the age of the ancients is still a matter of debate. The most accepted theory among modern scholars is that the ancients succeeded, at least partially, in merging with azoth. The event, sometimes called the sundering, may have ruptured reality itself. Mountains rose overnight, seas boiled, and the storm wall was born, an eternal tempest sealing Aeternum from the rest of the world. Whether it was created by the ancients as a safeguard or by the island as an immune response remains unknown. Fragments suggest that the storm wall is not merely weather, but will, the consciousness of the island refusing intrusion. Some ruins show signs of later occupation, evidence that fragments of the ancients may have survived the sundering. Statues in these sites depict figures with eyes closed and hands raised as though in surrender. The inscriptions beneath them translate roughly to the Watchers. This could imply that some ancients remained in a state between life and dissolution, guardians bound to observe rather than intervene. The ancient guardians found wandering near these monuments may, in fact, be extensions of these watchers, vessels maintaining the balance they once preserved through reason. Perhaps the most haunting relics are the monoliths scattered across the landscape. These slender towers of dark stone emit faint tones that shift with the time of day. When struck, they resonate like bells, producing harmonics that align with the frequencies of azoth wells below ground. The Syndicate theorizes that these monoliths once formed a communication network, an azothic symphony connecting every corner of the empire. Others whisper that they were not for communication, but for control, binding azoth's flow in patterns that sustained the ancients' immortality. Based on what we know, both interpretations may hold truth. Power and order have always been difficult to separate. Inside one ruin north of Great Cleave, explorers discovered a tablet inscribed with an image of a serpent eating its tail, surrounded by words that translate loosely to, "We have made the circle unbroken. Now the circle devours." To some, this is confession, acknowledgement that their pursuit of eternal life consumed their civilization. To others, it is prophecy that the cycle continues, and every generation that seeks mastery of azoth steps into the same circle. When read alongside the patterns found in corrupted zones, the symbolism feels eerily familiar. The ancients' greatest error was not creating immortality, it was forgetting that even eternity requires rest. Despite the devastation, remnants of their knowledge endure. Weapons infused with ancient design are sometimes unearthed, their hilts still warm, their edges unblemished by time. These artifacts hum faintly when brought near azoth sources, as if remembering the hands that forged them. No craftsman since has replicated their precision. The Syndicate, in its arrogance, claims that rediscovering this craftsmanship will usher in a second golden age. The Covenant argues that such ambition led to ruin once before. Perhaps both are right. Those who meditate among the ruins at dusk report strange sensations, whispers without sound, the feeling of being gently watched, visions of tall figures standing at the edge of sight. Whether these are true encounters or echoes of the past is uncertain. But every ruin, no matter how shattered, hums with the same undertone, a low, steady rhythm that matches the heartbeat of the island itself. It's as if the ancients never truly left, but dissolved into the fabric of Aeternum, their consciousness diffused through azoth like light through water. If that is true, and based on what we know, it remains one of the more credible theories, then perhaps the ancients achieved their goal after all. They became eternal, not as individuals, but as presence. Every shimmer in the mist, every chord of wind through stone, every resurrection upon the beach may carry their fingerprints. And if Aeternum truly is alive, the ancients are its memory, not gone, but dreaming. Section 4. Factions of Humanity, Marauders, Covenant, and Syndicate. By the time Aeternum's second generation of settlers began carving order from its wild heart, humanity had already splintered along lines older than memory. Ambition, faith, and curiosity. The island's strange gift of rebirth offered endless chances to begin again. Yet people carried the same divides that haunted them before they ever touched Aeternum's shores. Out of this restless mixture of fear and vision arose three great banners: the Marauders, the Covenant, and the Syndicate. Each looked upon azoth and saw not the same thing, but a mirror reflecting its own soul. The Marauders, strength and sovereignty. The Marauders were born not from scholars or priests, but from soldiers and builders, practical souls who believed that chaos could be mastered through discipline. Their earliest enclaves formed in the plains of Windswood and Monarch's Bluffs. where open land allowed for fortifications and training grounds. To them, Aeternum was not a mystery to revere, but a frontier to conquer. The island's endless vitality, its refusal to let death claim the living, felt less like a curse and more like an invitation. Their founding charter, carved into the wall of a fortress, long since overtaken by vines, declares, "Through strength, freedom. Through freedom, order to outsiders." This sounds paradoxical, but to the marauders, it defines survival. They believe that in a world where life cannot end, the only true currency is power, the will to shape eternity rather than drift through it. Azoth, in their eyes, is the forge fire of destiny. Those strong enough to command it deserve to rule. Those too weak to wield it safely are better served by following. Daily life within marauder-held territories reflects this ethos. Training fields thunder with drills from sunrise to dusk. Weapons are tested not for beauty, but for endurance. Captains rise by merit and duel. Victories are recorded not merely in blood, but in discipline. The faction's leaders often quote an old adage, "A blade that never dulls still needs a hand that never trembles." To them, the immortality Aeternum offers is meaningless without purpose. So they forge purpose from strength itself. Yet the marauders are not brutes. Many of their ranks include engineers, tacticians, and masons. They see empire as art, walls that hold, roads that last, a society that can outlive the whimsy of magic. Based on what we know from recovered proclamations, some of their generals even attempted to tame Azoth directly, channeling it through siege engines and armor. The results were spectacular and catastrophic. One journal describes a cannon that fired bolts of living blue flame, consuming not only its targets, but the ground beneath. "We built thunder," the writer noted, "and the sky answered." That single sentence became both their triumph and their warning. Despite their harsh exterior, the marauders maintain a kind of honor rarely seen elsewhere. Prisoners are seldom executed. Why waste the immortal? But rather offered a choice: join, serve, or wander. Many accept, for the marauders provide structure where the island provides only chaos. Their citadels gleam with azoth-forged metal, their banners dark green and gold, symbols of resilience amid an unending war for dominion. To walk among them is to hear certainty spoken in every tone, and to feel the hum of ambition beneath every heartbeat. Still, There are those among their number who whisper doubts. Some veterans have begun to notice that the more they command azoth, the more the island resists. Crops turning to ash, stone foundations shifting overnight, storms forming above their strongholds. It could imply that the island itself pushes back against those who try to bind it by force. Yet the marauders see resistance only as another obstacle to conquer. In their creed, the only failure is surrender. The covenant, faith, and fire. If the marauders represent the will of the body, the covenant embodies the will of belief. Where soldiers raise walls, the covenant raises altars. They came to Aeternum not merely to survive, but to sanctify. To them, azoth is the living breath of the divine, proof that creation never ceased, and that Aeternum is sacred ground. Theirs is a crusade wrapped in radiance, a conviction that purity can outshine corruption. The Covenant's earliest scriptures, illuminated on thin sheets of hammered silver, describe azoth as the light that remembers. In their cosmology, the lost are souls who turned away from that light, their endless wandering a punishment for doubt. The corrupted, by contrast, are blasphemies, mortals who tried to seize the divine flame rather than honor it. Where they burn red, the texts proclaim, "We shall burn white." And so, wherever the red glow of corruption spreads, the covenant marches behind it, wielding azoth not for dominion, but for purification. Their settlements are unmistakable. Spires of carved stone rise from jungles and coasts alike, topped with flame-shaped crowns that flicker with captured azoth light. The Covenant's knights and zealots move through these sanctuaries in armor that gleams like polished bone. Their banners are bright gold, trimmed with ivory white. The air around them smells faintly of myrrh and ozone. To their followers, this mixture signifies sanctity. To their enemies, it smells like arrogance. The Covenant's rituals blend prayer with science in ways outsiders find unsettling. Priests speak of communing with azoth, listening for the divine pulse beneath its glow. Healing rites often involve submerging the sick or wounded in shallow pools lined with runes. The water glows, bubbles softly, and leaves faint fractal patterns on the skin, temporary, harmless, and strangely beautiful. Yet there are whispered accounts of zealots who drowned willingly in those pools, believing they would awaken purified. None ever returned. Based on what we know, the Covenant treats such deaths as sacrifices rather than tragedies. Leadership within the Covenant flows through ranks of faith rather than lineage. Those who manifest miracles The closing of wounds, the cleansing of corruption, rise quickly, regarded as vessels of divine will. Their current high adjudicator, Saint Anselma of First Light, is said to have walked barefoot through a field of corruption without harm, her footprints blooming with lilies behind her. Whether this miracle was literal or metaphorical is unclear. The Covenant insists on the former, and their followers believe with unshakable fervor. In their writings, the Covenant often refers to Aeternum as a test, a crucible in which the righteous are refined and the unworthy are unmade. Every battle, every resurrection, every spark of azoth is part of that trial. This worldview grants them immense endurance. Pain is not punishment, it is proof. When they march against corruption, they chant hymns not for victory, but for cleansing. Better ashes, they say, than infection. Yet for all their light, shadows linger in their doctrine. The Covenant's zeal sometimes burns too hot. Those who question the high adjudicator's teachings risk exile, or worse, conversion by force. Entire villages have been purified for harboring heretical views on Azoth's nature. This fanaticism has led to open conflict with the syndicate, whose pursuit of knowledge they deem blasphemous, and with the marauders, whom they call faithless usurpers. Still, even their enemies cannot deny the power of their conviction. The corrupted fear the Covenant most of all, for their presence alone seems to weaken the red veins of Azoth's sickness. Whether this is divine intervention or a quirk of resonance, no one can say, but it works. At sunset, when the last light catches on the spires of their sanctuaries, the Covenant gather for the litany of dawn. Hundreds of voices rise together in slow, measured harmony, each note resonating with the island's unseen pulse. Those who have heard it from afar describe it as both beautiful and terrible, a sound that feels like standing at the edge of heaven and hearing it breathe. Perhaps in those moments, the Covenant touches something real, or perhaps, as some skeptics suggest, belief itself is the most potent form of azoth, shaping reality through sheer devotion. The syndicate, knowledge, and shadow. If the Covenant looks upward for truth, and the marauders drive forward, the syndicate looks inward, into the dark hollows of thought, where questions outnumber answers. They are scholars, alchemists, and philosophers who treat Aeternum as an experiment written in living ink. To them, Azoth is not divine nor demonic, but a principle, a phenomenon that can be measured, manipulated, and if one is clever enough, mastered. Their motto, etched into the silver rings worn by initiates, reads, "In obscurity, clarity." They believe knowledge should be hidden until it can be safely understood, a creed that has earned them both suspicion and envy. Syndicate enclaves tend to appear in places where the island's anomalies are strongest. The glowing wetlands of Reekwater, the spectral ridges of Weaver's Fen, the ruins that hum at midnight with forgotten frequencies. There, under violet lanterns, they record every shimmer of azoth and every whisper of the ancients, seeking patterns invisible to others. The Syndicate's hierarchy resembles a labyrinth, circles within circles, each with secrets known only to those in it. Their leaders, known as magisters, debate endlessly, not to reach consensus, but to refine understanding. To them, truth is not a destination, but an asymptote, something one approaches forever without touching. Based on what we know, their experiments with azoth range from the harmless attempts to enhance crops to the morally ambiguous, such as binding fragments of lost souls into crystalline matrices for study. Every experiment cost something, one magister wrote, but ignorance costs more. Their philosophy often brings them into conflict with both other factions. The Marauders despise their secrecy, while the Covenant condemns their heresy. Yet the Syndicate persists because every war leaves behind mysteries to study, and because their methods yield results. They were among the first to identify the correlation between corruption blooms and areas of azoth stagnation. They developed ways to refine azoth into a liquid state for crafting, and their mapping of the island's resonance nodes remains unmatched. Syndicate architecture reflects their values: angular, enclosed, lit by cold light. Libraries stretch downward rather than upward, each level quieter than the last. In the deepest chambers, machines of brass and glass hum softly, their purpose known only to the magisters who built them. It could imply that the Syndicate seeks not merely to understand the island, but to rewrite its rules. And perhaps they are the only ones willing to ask whether azoth has intentions of its own. To a Syndicate scholar, Aeternum is not a paradise nor a prison, but a question. Why does azoth grant life? Why does it corrupt? Does the island remember its inhabitants? Can its consciousness be reasoned with or replaced? These are the questions they whisper beneath the blue glow of their lanterns, questions that might someday lead to salvation or to the same ruin that claimed the ancients. When these three powers, muscle, faith, and mind, first met upon the shores of Aeternum, it was not through treaty or invitation, but through necessity. The island's dangers forced cooperation, its rewards made that cooperation fragile. For a brief time, there existed a sense of shared purpose: to map the unknown, to defend against the corrupted, to uncover the secrets the ancients left behind. Yet, as with every civilization in human memory, unity did not last. Each faction gazed upon Aeternum and saw a reflection of itself. To the marauders, it was a fortress to command; to the Covenant, a temple to consecrate; to the Syndicate, a laboratory to dissect. It could imply that Aeternum itself encouraged this division, that the island's consciousness, if it exists, cultivates diversity of purpose as a kind of balance. The same azoth that binds the island's soil might also stir the minds of those who tread upon it, whispering different promises to each. The first wars of territory. The first conflict arose over the city of Brightwood, a region where azoth veins surface close to the land, glowing like rivers of lightning at dusk. The marauders sought to claim it as a capital fortress, a bastion of human permanence in a world without endings. The Syndicate, meanwhile, viewed it as an open-air archive, a living experiment in the natural flow of azoth, and the Covenant saw it as hallowed ground, a place where the divine pulse could be heard most clearly. The resulting war was long and circular, fought not for conquest, but for conviction. Each side captured Brightwood in turn, rebuilt its ruins, and lost them again, the city itself becoming a monument to humanity's endless cycle of ambition. Settlers began to joke, with weary affection, that Brightwood belongs to whoever remembers it last. In truth, that sentiment captures the essence of all factional war on Aeternum. No victory endures because death does not. Unlike the wars of the old world, these conflicts rarely extinguish their soldiers. Fallen warriors rise again, bearing new scars and old grudges. The fields of Aeternum remember every battle, every step pressed into its soil, and those who fight upon it begin to change. Based on what we know from combat journals and recovered letters, repeated deaths erode fear but sharpen obsession. The marauder becomes more disciplined, the Covenant more zealous, the Syndicate more detached. In a sense, azoth refines not only life, but ideology. As time passed, the wars evolved from open conflict to cold tension. Borders stabilized, though they shift like tides. Each faction claimed regions that reflect its spirit. The marauders dominate The broad lands of monarchs' bluffs and Everfall, building strongholds that double as training arenas. The Covenant holds first light and cutlass keys, guarding the southern coasts with the vigilance of crusaders. The Syndicate thrives in Reekwater and Weaver's Fen, where the mists themselves seem to favor secrecy. Between these zones lie neutral territories, places where commerce, negotiation, and uneasy peace take root. For even zealots need food, and scholars need metal. Uneasy alliances. Now and then, the factions cooperate, bound by greater threats. When corruption blooms, erupt near Shattered Mountain, or when the lost rise in numbers too great to ignore, rival banners march side by side. The sight is rare but striking. Green and gold beside white, and ivory, violet beside both. Each banner rippling in unison beneath the same uncanny sky. For a moment, they recall that all of them share the same fragile humanity, bound by Aeternum and trapped by it. These alliances seldom last. Once the danger passes, suspicion seeps back like fog. The Marauders distrust the Syndicate's quiet experiments. The Covenant despises the Syndicate's refusal to declare faith, and both see in each other reflections of their own pride. And yet, despite centuries of conflict, none have truly perished. The island denies finality, so history repeats itself endlessly, each war a rehearsal for the next. Some philosophers in the Syndicate suggest that Aeternum itself requires this perpetual motion, that conflict is the mechanism by which the island renews meaning. If life cannot end, then struggle becomes the only measure of existence. Without war, one Magister wrote, immortality would rot. It could imply that even discord serves a higher rhythm, as though the island's consciousness orchestrates human rivalry to keep its energy balanced. Echoes of the ancients. Over time, scholars began to notice something uncanny in the patterns of faction behavior. The beliefs that divide them mirror the divisions once seen among the ancients themselves. The Marauders' pursuit of control echoes the ancients' engineers and artificers, those who tried to shape Azoth into tools. The Covenant's faith mirrors the sects who saw Azoth as sacred breath. The Syndicate's curiosity reflects the philosophers who sought to unravel its laws. This resemblance could imply that humanity, knowingly or not, inherits the ancients' unfinished argument, replaying it through new voices and new symbols. The ruins seem to respond differently to each faction. Marauders often find hidden armories and functioning machinery within. Covenant explorers uncover shrines and tablets glowing with pale gold light. Syndicate researchers trigger holographic projections or data vaults humming with energy. It is as though the remnants of the ancients recognize kindred souls, or perhaps manipulate them, ensuring that the same mistakes are repeated or corrected. None can say which. The philosophical divide. If you were to ask a marauder why he fights, his answer would be simple: to build something that lasts. Ask a covenant priest, and she might reply, to cleanse what has been tainted. Ask a syndicate scholar, and you will likely receive a question in return: why not? Each response is true in its own way. The marauder's dream of order, the covenant's devotion to purity, and the syndicate's hunger for truth are all aspects of the same yearning: to give meaning to immortality. Aeternum erases the fear of death, but in doing so, it forces its inhabitants to find purpose elsewhere. The factions exist because purpose is a necessity of the soul, as essential as breath. In quiet moments, when wars pause and the world stills, even the most hardened soldiers admit to wondering what would happen if one faction ever triumphed completely. Would Aeternum itself allow it? Or would the island shift, rewriting its own story to restore equilibrium? Based on what we know of its cyclical nature, the latter seems likely. No single ideology can contain eternity, and perhaps the island ensures that none ever will. The eternal stalemate. Today, the banners still rise and fall, but they no longer pretend to seek final victory. Each faction has learned, in its own way, that conquest on Aeternum is temporary. What matters is influence, not ownership; persistence, not domination. The marauders test their mettle, the covenant tests its faith, the syndicate tests its theories, and in doing so, they keep the rhythm of the island alive. Sometimes, when the mists roll in from the sea and the wind carries the faint hum of azoth through the trees, one can imagine the three banners fluttering not in rivalry, but in harmony, threads of a single tapestry, woven from the same luminous thread. For all their differences, they are bound by the same truth. None can escape Aeternum, and all are changed by it. And so, their struggle continues, eternal, cyclical, and strangely serene, like waves breaking endlessly upon the same unchanging shore. Section 5. The supernatural forces of Aeternum. The corruption, the lost, and the eternal cycle. If azoth is the island's pulse, then corruption is its fever, a rising, restless sickness that seeps through the cracks of eternity. To understand Aeternum, one must first accept that it is alive, and like any living thing, it can be wounded. Corruption is not simply darkness, it is azoth gone wrong, the consequence of imbalance. The island's veins overflow, its rhythm quickens, and energy meant to nurture becomes something ravenous. Red light seeps from the soil, throbbing like an exposed artery, and the air grows heavy, tasting of iron and ash. Nothing natural thrives where corruption blooms. Trees twist into grotesque shapes, their roots feeding on the very essence that once sustained them. Even the ground itself seems to breathe, inhaling life and exhaling despair. The people of Aeternum have learned to fear the signs, the distant thrum of drums beneath the wind, the scent of burned ozone, the faint silhouettes of figures that move like smoke just beyond the firelight. These are the heralds of the corrupted, the red-veined warriors who emerge from fissures in the land, eyes glowing with the same crimson fury that festers in their hearts. Once human, they are now something else, vessels of Azoth's rage, animated by purpose stripped of mercy. The origins of corruption remain uncertain. The Covenant claims it is divine punishment, the price of hubris. The Syndicate suggests it is a natural phenomenon, the inevitable decay of energy trapped within a closed system. The Marauders, less philosophical, call it war. The island fighting back against those who would tame it. Based on what we know from the accounts of early expeditions to Shattered Mountain, all three may be correct in part. The corrupted landscape there resembles both a wound and a fortress, the heart of an infection and its defender all at once. The red crystals that erupt from the mountain's flanks, called tendrils by the settlers, pulse like organs, dripping molten energy that turns to ash upon cooling. They sing in low, resonant tones, a kind of chorus that unsettles even the most ardent warriors. When struck, the sound vibrates through the bones, echoing for minutes afterward, as if the island itself is protesting. The corrupted worship these nations, gathering in circles around them. The jihad in utteral harmony. Some observers describe the chant as nonsensical. Others, with proper translation, recognize echoes of the ancients' glyphs. This could imply that corruption is not entirely foreign to Azoth, but rather its reflection, the shadow cast when perfection fractures. Among the corrupted, there are hierarchies. Most are simple foot soldiers, twisted reflections of their former selves, driven by instinct to spread the taint further. Others, however, possess intellect and strategy. These higher corrupted, known as commanders, seem capable of speech and memory. They recall their past lives with bitterness, as though immortality has become a burden. Their leader, according to Syndicate archives, is a figure called Isabella, once an explorer, now a vessel of the corruption's will. She is said to wield Azoth's red twin, a power that devours rather than creates. Her transformation stands as a warning carved into legend, proof that even the strongest minds can fracture under the island's whisper. The presence of Isabella and her army suggests that corruption possesses intention. It moves strategically, establishing footholds along the azoth veins that thread through Aeternum. Wherever those veins converge, in caverns, ruins, or beneath settlements, the corrupted appear. This could imply that corruption is drawn to Azoth's density, seeking either to consume it or to reclaim it. Scholars disagree on whether the corrupted serve the island or oppose it. Based on what we know, they may represent the island's immune response, a fever meant to burn away infection, even that infection is humanity itself. Yet corruption is only one side of Aeternum's duality. On the opposite end lies the lost, beings not driven by rage, but by emptiness. They are the quiet tragedy of immortality, souls who have forgotten how to die. Unlike the corrupted, the lost are rarely violent unless disturbed. They linger near coasts, ruins, and roads, repeating fragments of their former lives in endless, silent devotion. A sailor polishing a rusted lantern, a scholar turning the pages of a book that crumbles at his touch, a child chasing a ball that vanished centuries ago. The lost are what happens when Azoth's blessing curdles into forgetfulness. When one listens closely to the murmurs of the lost, faint echoes of languages long extinct can be heard. It could imply that some of these spirits date back to the ancients themselves, remnants of a time when even gods could not escape the lure of immortality. The Syndicate calls this phenomenon memory recursion, while the Covenant names it the penance of the unworthy. To the common traveler, however, the lost are simply a sorrow to be pitied and avoided. There is one place where their presence is most concentrated: the shipwrecked coast, east of Windsward. Here, countless vessels lie broken upon the rocks, their crews wandering among the wrecks as if still awaiting orders. Lanterns sway from masts that no longer stand. Phantom voices rise with the tide, calling names no one remembers. Some adventurers swear the ships themselves move with the tide, shifting positions each night. If true, it suggests that azoth binds not only the souls of the dead, but the memory of their possessions, animating even inanimate matter with echoes of longing. While the corrupted spread destruction and the lost linger in melancholy, there exists a third supernatural force, quieter but no less potent, known simply as the angry earth. These are the spirits of nature itself, awakened by centuries of azoth's saturation. Trees that move, roots that strangle, creatures woven from moss and vine. They are neither benevolent nor malevolent. They are balance incarnate. When settlers cut too deeply into the forests, the angry earth rises in defense, reclaiming what was taken. The island remembers its wounds, an Eden Grove elder once said, and it grows new teeth. The angry earth represents perhaps the island's purest will. They do not speak, yet their actions carry purpose. When corruption spreads too far, their armies rise from the soil to cleanse it. When humans overreach, they retreat and allow the forest to reclaim. Their existence could imply that Aeternum possesses a natural intelligence, one that manifests differently depending on the balance of azoth's flow. Where corruption destroys, the angry earth restores. Where the lost stagnate, the angry earth renews. They are the respiration of the world, inhaling death and exhaling life. Aeternum's inhabitants, caught between these forces, live in a constant state of tension. The settlers fight to hold their fragile enclaves while the corrupted push from one side and the forests creep from the other. To survive here is to negotiate daily with the supernatural, to accept that the world itself has moods and that peace is only a temporary kindness. Yet despite the danger, many claim that Aeternum feels alive in a way no other land does. The wind carries whispers, the rivers hum in chorus, the stars above mirror the glowing veins below. Perhaps they say, to walk this island is to walk within a living thought. There are those who believe all three forces, corruption, the lost, and the angry earth, are not enemies, but expressions of a single will. Corruption as its rage, the lost as its grief, the angry earth as its instinct to heal. This theory, though unprovable, aligns with everything known about Azoth's cyclical nature. Energy cannot be destroyed, it transforms. So too, perhaps, do the emotions of a world too burdened by memory. Aeternum may dream in fire, mourn in silence, and breathe in green renewal. At night, when the horizon glows faintly red and the forests rustle with unseen movement, one can almost hear the rhythm of that living cycle, creation, decay, and rebirth repeating endlessly. It is both haunting and comforting, a reminder that nothing on Aeternum is ever truly lost, merely changed. The settlers have learned to live within that rhythm, just as waves live within the sea, unable to escape, yet endlessly reborn. Section 6. Sacred Landmarks and Relics of Aeternum. Memory. Written in stone and light. Every island tells its story through its geography, but Aeternum tells it through its wounds. The land itself is scripture, carved, eroded, and rewritten by the ebb and flow of Azoth. Each region carries a resonance, a frequency of memory. Some places hum softly, like a heartbeat at rest. Others roar with energy so dense it bends the air around it. To travel across Aeternum is to read a living text written not in words, but in light, water, and stone. The settlers soon learned that certain landmarks hold power, not just symbolic, but tangible. These are places where Azoth pools, where the veil between the physical and the spiritual thins until the two nearly merge. The Covenant calls them holy sites. The Syndicate labels them resonance nodes. The Marauders, ever pragmatic, simply call them strongholds. Whatever the name, all agree Aeternum remembers through its geography. The Amrine excavation echoes beneath the earth. Deep beneath the rolling plains of Windsward lies the Amrine excavation, one of the first discovered ruins of the ancients. To the untrained eye, it looks like a network of collapsed tunnels and stone corridors, carved with inscrutable glyphs. To those attuned to Azoth, however, it feels alive. Walls thrum faintly, dust motes shimmer with their own light, and the deeper one travels, the more the air thickens, as though time itself slows in reverence. Amrine's story begins with Simon Gray, an explorer and engineer who sought to prove that Azoth could power machines of endless efficiency. His journals, found scattered through the ruins, chart the descent of reason into obsession. He wrote of hearing voices echo through the halls, of seeing reflections of himself that spoke in languages he did not know. His final entry ends mid-sentence, the ink smeared into a spiral. When later expeditions found him, he had become something both wondrous and terrible, a creature of light and ruin, sustained by Azoth's embrace. His transformation could imply that even human ingenuity, when steeped too long in Aeternum's essence, dissolves into something else entirely. The Amrine excavation remains a place of pilgrimage for scholars and adventurers alike. The Covenant sends acolytes to pray at its threshold, believing Simon's fate a caution against pride. The Syndicate studies it as evidence that Azoth responds to intellect, and the Marauders, perhaps the most honest, strip it for resources, taking from it the metal and stone that the island endlessly renews. Each faction sees what it wishes, and the ruin, patient as the sea, offers all things to all seekers. Eden Grove, the heart that still beats. Far to the north, where the forest swallows the sky, lies Eden Grove, the domain of the angry earth. The trees here are older than human civilization, their trunks broad as towers, their roots pulsing faintly with blue-green light. Flowers bloom in perpetual cycles, shedding petals that drift like glowing snow. Travelers who enter the grove speak of hearing whispers carried on the wind, not words, but feelings, longing, sorrow, and a strange, peaceful joy. In the center of this living cathedral stands the Mother Tree, a monolith of bark and crystal fused into one. Its surface shimmers with veins of azoth that climb like lightning up its trunk, branching into constellations among the leaves. Some claim the Mother Tree is the heart of the island, that her roots extend beneath every region, channeling the island's energy like arteries. The Syndicate, less poetic, refers to it as the primary azoth conduit, but even they treat it with reverence. There are times when the Mother Tree glows brighter, often after great battles or catastrophic events elsewhere on the island. This could imply that she absorbs pain as well as power, balancing the island's emotional equilibrium. When corruption spreads, her branches darken. When peace returns, blossoms appear overnight. Pilgrims often sleep at her base, reporting dreams of standing in other lives, as if the tree allows them to touch memories that are not their own. Whether these visions are azothic illusions or glimpses of reincarnation remains a mystery. The angry earth who guard Eden Grove tolerate few intrusions. To them, the Mother Tree is not symbol but self, the axis of their existence. Yet even they seem aware that her life is bound to all of Aeternum's, including humankind's. Many have observed that when corruption creeps near Eden Grove, the angry earth march south, protecting not just their own, but all life. It suggests that even the fiercest guardians of nature recognize a fragile unity with their mortal counterparts. Shattered Mountain. The island's wound. No place embodies Aeternum's pain more vividly than Shattered Mountain, rising in black, jagged spires From the island's northern edge, it is a region of constant stormlight, lightning without thunder, ash without flame. The ground cracks underfoot, exhaling red mist that stains armor and skin. Rivers of molten azoth cut through stone like arteries of fire. Here, the corrupted thrive, building fortresses of obsidian and bone around their master's citadel. The mountain's heart, known as Myrkgard, pulses with energy so intense it bends sight. Those who approach too closely feel their minds unraveling, thoughts fracturing into overlapping voices. It is said that Isabella herself commands this citadel, her presence a living bridge between the human and the monstrous. She is the queen of a fallen dream, proof that corruption does not merely destroy, but consumes purpose. Scholars of the Syndicate believe Shattered Mountain marks the site of the ancients' final experiment, perhaps the very moment they tried to ascend beyond flesh. The crimson azoth that spills from its veins may be the residue of that failure, the after-image of an apocalypse. The Covenant, in contrast, calls it the pit of sin, a reminder that no creation can outshine its creator. Both interpretations carry weight, and perhaps both are true. It could imply that Shattered Mountain is both birthplace and tomb, where the ancients' dream ignited and where it burned itself out. Despite its dangers, adventurers are drawn to it like moths to flame. Within its depths lie relics untouched by time, weapons of impossible craftsmanship, crystals that sing when struck, and murals depicting constellations no longer visible in Aeternum's sky. The Syndicate has attempted to map these patterns, hoping they correspond to some cosmic truth. So far, none have found meaning. Perhaps meaning itself is the trap, the mountain's final snare for curious minds. Reekwater and Weaver's Fen, the ghost marshes. To the east stretch the swamps of Reekwater and Weaver's Fen, places where the barrier between the living and the dead is thin as mist. The air here hums constantly, not with Azoth's bright rhythm, but with a lower tone, as if the world itself hums in remembrance. The lost are most numerous here, wandering through the fog with lanterns that glow blue-white in the perpetual twilight. Reekwater's history is one of failure and forgetting. Long before the current settlers arrived, an ancient maritime culture attempted to harness the swamp's unique azoth resonance to build everlasting ships, vessels that could survive any storm, perhaps even breach the storm wall itself. All that remains of their efforts are shipwrecks tangled in roots and reeds, hulls glowing faintly from within. At night, They drift as though still afloat, phantom fleets navigating seas that no longer exist. The Syndicate believes the marshes hold portals, fractures where azoth thins the boundary between worlds. Some explorers report glimpses of other lands within the fog, deserts under strange stars, cities suspended in light. Whether these are visions, memories, or parallel realities is unknown. The Covenant forbids entry to these areas, calling them temptations of the corrupted. The marauders, less restrained, treat them as training grounds, proving their courage against ghosts and beasts alike. Reekwater is also home to Madame Petra, a hermit shaman of uncertain age, who claims to have spoken with the island itself. The land dreams, she once told a Syndicate chronicler, and when it dreams of us, we awaken. When it forgets, we fade. Her words, though dismissed by scholars, echo eerily through the island's mysteries. Perhaps truer than anyone wishes to admit. Ebonscale Reach, the Garden of Ascension. Westward, beyond cliffs, draped in perpetual mist, lies Ebonscale Reach, a region of waterfalls and ancient stone terraces. Here, human hands and Azoth's energy have intertwined more harmoniously than anywhere else. The architecture bears the influence of Eastern travelers who arrived centuries before the modern age of exploration, their ships cast against the storm wall, and their descendants adapting to the island's strange serenity. Ebonscale is home to Empress Zhou Taiying, a ruler whose power rivals the island's own legends. She claims lineage from the ancients, though the truth remains debated. Her palace, the Imperial Shrine, glows with a subtle gold light that feels different from Azoth's typical blue hue, warmer, calmer, as if tempered by discipline. Under her rule, the people of Ebonscale have mastered the art of balance. Azoth used not for conquest or faith, but for harmony. Water flows through channels lined with crystal, carrying energy throughout the city like blood through veins. This equilibrium could imply that humanity, though flawed, is capable of coexisting with the island's living will. To the Covenant, the Empress is a heretic who claims divine power for herself. To the Syndicate, she is a wonder, proof that Azoth can be refined rather than endured. To the Marauders, she is an adversary worthy of respect. In truth, she is all these things and perhaps something more. A symbol of what humanity might become if it ever learns to listen rather than demand. Aeternum's landmarks are not merely places of beauty or danger. They are living repositories of memory. The ruins breathe history. The forests whisper lessons, and even the wind carries fragments of forgotten speech. As explorers delved deeper into the island, they began to uncover not only structures and artifacts, but patterns, resonances connecting distant places, as if they were organs within one immense body. Each landmark, each relic, plays a role in the island's long, slow act of remembering itself. Shrines of return, pathways between worlds. Scattered across Aeternum are the shrines, stone circles etched with the same spiraling glyphs found in the deepest ruins of the ancients. To most, they serve as waypoints, places where travelers dissolve into light and reappear miles away. To the Syndicate, they are evidence of an advanced transportation system powered by Azoth's manipulation of time and consciousness. Each shrine hums with a distinct frequency, a tone unique to its location. When a traveler attunes to one, they feel a gentle pull, not a movement through space, but a realignment of presence. Many report a sensation of falling inward, as though the soul slips through a crack in the world and reforms elsewhere. It could imply that the shrines do not send the body to a new place, but rather draw a new body from Azoth's memory of the traveler. If so, every use of a shrine might create a slightly different version of oneself, indistinguishable yet subtly changed. Such thoughts trouble philosophers and priests alike. The Covenant insists the shrines are divine gifts, allowing the faithful to walk the island as angels walk heaven. The Syndicate calls them echoes of the ancients' technological mastery. The Marauders, characteristically pragmatic, care only that they work. Yet all three factions maintain the shrines carefully, for even their most skeptical members sense the presence of something sacred in the stones. When twilight falls and the glyphs begin to glow, the shrines sound almost like the island humming to itself. Relics of power, the lost tools of the ancients. Among Aeternum's most coveted treasures are the relics left behind by the ancients. Tools, weapons, and artifacts infused with azoth so perfectly that they remain untarnished after eons. Some are simple objects of craftsmanship, blades that never dull, orbs that cast steady light, fragments of metal that vibrate softly when held near azoth veins. Others defy explanation. One such relic, known among scholars as the Heart of Mirgard, is said to pulse like a living organ. It is a crystalline sphere, the size of a human skull, recovered from the deepest part of Shattered Mountain by a Syndicate expedition. When exposed to moonlight, it projects shifting constellations across the ground, some matching known star patterns, others belonging to no sky anyone has ever seen. Theories abound that it is a map, a memory core, or even the preserved consciousness of an ancient being. Based on what we know, none have dared to activate it fully. The last attempt left an entire camp wordless for a day and a night, their eyes glowing faintly blue, their minds filled with images of cities floating above oceans of light. Another relic, the tear of the mother tree, lies in Eden Grove's depths. It appears to be a gem of pure azoth, encased within living bark, as though the forest itself tried to protect it. The angry earth guard it fiercely, attacking any who approach. Those who have glimpsed it from afar describe it as both heartbreakingly beautiful and unbearably heavy to behold. Some claim it pulses in rhythm with the mother tree's glow, suggesting the two are connected, heart and soul of the same vast consciousness. The marauders covet relics for their practical use. The syndicate covets them for knowledge. The covenant sees them as proof of divine will, yet no one truly owns them. Those who try to wield these artifacts too greedily find them fading, dissolving into dust, or vanishing altogether. It could imply that the relics respond not to possession but to intent, that they remain loyal only to balance, not ambition. The Starstone Barrows, the language of light. In the deserts east of Everfall lies one of the most enigmatic structures on the island, the Starstone Barrows. Its corridors gleam with an unnatural brilliance, as though the walls themselves were carved from captured starlight. The floors are inlaid with intricate runes that glow faintly beneath the feet of those who walk there, shifting colors in response to their movement. When enough travelers gather within, the entire complex hums like a choir. According to ancient tablets found near the entrance, the barrows served as a place of communion between the ancients and the heavens. The carvings depict a bridge of light rising from the island into the night sky, connecting Aeternum to distant constellations. The Syndicate interprets this as evidence of interdimensional travel, a theory consistent with the island's ability to defy normal physics. The Covenant, on the other hand, believes the barrows are the gateway through which divine judgment will someday descend. Based on what we know from both textual and environmental evidence, neither claim can be confirmed. Still, when one stands within its central chamber, bathed in the glow of living light, it is impossible not to feel the sensation of being seen. The eternal pools, wells of reflection. Hidden in the highlands near Brightwood are the eternal pools, tranquil basins of perfectly clear water that mirror not only the sky but the soul. The first settlers who discovered them found that the pools remained unfrozen even in winter, and that their reflections sometimes showed scenes from the past, a loved one lost, a moment forgotten, a dream unfulfilled. Those who gaze too long risk becoming entranced, their minds pulled into the water's depths. Some never return, though their bodies remain unharmed, breathing softly as if asleep. The Covenant built shrines beside these pools, believing them to be mirrors of judgment, portals through which the divine reviews every soul. The syndicate approached them as instruments of data, attempting to record their visions through sketch and note. None succeeded in explaining their behavior. A single passage from a Marauder Scout's journal describes the pools best. I saw myself kneeling at the water's edge, only it wasn't me. He smiled, stood, and walked away, but my reflection stayed. Whether the pools revealed truth, possibility, or simply the island's imagination remains uncertain. Perhaps they are Aeternum's way of showing those who dwell upon it that memory, like water, can never be truly held. Philosophies of place. When the first explorers tried to chart the island, they sought boundaries: north, south, east, west. But Aeternum does not obey human geometry. Its landmarks shift subtly over years, paths twisting as if the land forgets and remembers itself anew. Scholars have come to accept that the island rearranges according to Azoth's flow, its geography as fluid as its lifeblood. To the Covenant, this mutability proves that the island is alive and responsive to moral alignment, stable under faith, shifting under doubt. The Syndicate counters that the phenomenon is evidence of quantum resonance, a measurable effect of azoth reacting to observation. The Marauders call it what it is: the island's way of keeping us humble. Whatever the cause, travelers often remark that landmarks feel different with each visit. The Amrine tunnels seem longer. The mother tree seems taller. Shattered Mountain hums a deeper note. It could imply that Aeternum itself is evolving, or that those who walk it are, and the island merely reflects their change, the living map. Taken together, these landmarks form what many believe to be a single design, a vast geoglyph of light and ley lines stretching beneath the island's surface. From above, the pattern resembles a spiral, the same symbol found carved into every ancient ruin, every shrine, every relic. The Syndicate calls this pattern the spiral of continuance, interpreting it as a representation of the eternal cycle of azoth: life, death, and rebirth in perpetual motion. The Covenant sees it as the fingerprint of creation itself, proof that the divine shaped the island by hand. The marauders, pragmatic as ever, claim it is simply a map, though to what destination, none can say. When lightning strikes during the fiercest storms, those standing on Aeternum's high peaks sometimes glimpse faint blue lines glowing across the land, connecting mountain to forest to sea. The lines pulse once, twice, then fade. Perhaps these are the veins of Azoth revealed for an instant. Or perhaps they are memories of an age when the island's design was whole. Either way, the pattern endures, unseen but undeniable, shaping every step that mortals take upon this ageless shore. Section 7. Characters and Legends of Aeternum. Voices of an endless world. Every living island must have its storytellers, and on Aeternum, those stories walk in the flesh. The land does not allow death to end its tales. Instead, it reshapes them, echoing the souls of its inhabitants again and again across centuries. Some return as heroes, others as horrors, and some linger in between, half remembered, half reborn. Through them, the island speaks, a chorus of memory woven through generations, who can never truly leave. Captain Thorpe, the first to fall. No name is spoken with more dread or sorrow than Captain Thorpe. He was among the first to break through the storm wall, a seafarer of indomitable will and boundless pride. His crew called him the Lion of the Deep, a man who laughed at storms and stared down mutiny with a glance. When his ship, the Cleaved Maiden, tore through the maelstrom and found calm waters beyond, he believed himself chosen. "The island welcomes me," he wrote. "It knows strength when it sees it." But Aeternum does not welcome. It tempts. Thorpe and his crew landed near the cliffs of Monarch's Bluffs, building a makeshift camp among the wreckage. For days, they celebrated survival. Then came the dreams, whispers beneath the waves, promises of power, of dominion over the deathless land. Thorpe followed those whispers inland, drawn to a fissure where red light pulsed like a heartbeat. What happened there remains uncertain, but when he returned, his eyes burned crimson, and his laughter carried a hollow echo. From that day forward, Captain Thorpe became something else, the first corrupted champion. His body swelled with unnatural strength, his armor fused to his flesh, and his mind bent toward conquest. He led the first organized assault, against the living settlers, a campaign that reshaped the island's balance. Even centuries later, his presence can be felt in the corrupted strongholds that dot Aeternum's north. Some claim to have seen him standing upon the walls of Shattered Mountain, his gaze fixed eternally on the sea, as if longing to return, yet unable to remember why. The legend of Thorpe endures as both warning and prophecy. It could imply that the island's corruption begins not with malice, but with the echo of human ambition, the desire to rule even what cannot be owned. The Syndicate studies his transformation as a case of azoth overexposure. The Covenant speaks his name as a curse. The Marauders honor him as a fallen warrior who fought until eternity itself claimed him. Perhaps all are correct. Thorpe is Aeternum's first lesson. Strength without humility becomes the seed of ruin. Isabella, the Queen of Shadows. If Thorpe was the first to fall, Isabella is the one who refused to rise again. Once a scholar and explorer of rare brilliance, she led an expedition funded by the Syndicate in search of the ancients' greatest secret, the true source of azoth. Her journals, preserved in fragments, reveal a woman of insight and obsession. The island is not alive, she wrote early in her journey. It is life, distilled and multiplied. Later, entries grow erratic, her handwriting wild, her thoughts looping back upon themselves like a serpent, eating its tail. Somewhere in the shadowed depths of Shattered Mountain, Isabella found what she sought. Witnesses describe her emerging from the darkness crowned in red light, her skin marked with the runes of the ancients, her eyes reflecting both wisdom and madness. She spoke of liberation, of freeing the island from its eternal loop. But her followers soon realized her purpose had changed. She no longer sought knowledge for understanding, but for transformation. The corruption followed her like a tide. Now she is known as the Tempest, sovereign of the corrupted, the living embodiment of Azoth's rage. Her citadel, Mirkgard, pulses with her will. Her voice echoes in every corrupted outpost, commanding the red tide forward. And yet there are moments, brief and rare, when she seems to remember who she was. Some adventurers claim to have heard her whisper their names as they approached, as if recognizing kindred souls caught in the same trap. "We are all its children," she once said, her voice drifting through the wind. "It only hurts because it loves us too much." To the Syndicate, Isabella represents the cost of curiosity unbound. To the Covenant, she is the island's Antichrist, the false prophet who mistook damnation for divinity. To the marauders, she is the enemy they cannot kill, proof that even conquest has its limits. Her tragedy, a woman consumed by the very truth she sought, could imply that Aeternum's greatest secret is not immortality, but the inability to let go. Jonas the Hermit, the teacher of the lost. Not all legends are tragic. Some are simply old and patient. Jonas Alazar, known to most as the Hermit of Fisherman's Bend, is among the few figures who seem to live outside the cycle of war and corruption. He claims to have been on Aeternum since before the factions were born, before the island had names. Whether that is true or not, no one has managed to prove otherwise. He appears in many explorers' journals, always the same: weathered face, easy smile, and eyes that reflect the sea as though it lives behind them. Jonas teaches by story and silence. He claims not to remember his first life, but insists that forgetting is a blessing. If you remember everything, he says, you stop moving forward. Even the island forgets a little each morning. His fishing hut, perpetually surrounded by gulls and gentle fog, has become a place of pilgrimage. Warriors, priests, and scholars alike visit him, seeking guidance. He offers no commandments, only advice. Don't fight the current. Learn its song. Some say Jonas was once a powerful adventurer who renounced immortality after witnessing the birth of the corruption. Others whisper that he is not human at all, a manifestation of Aeternum's conscience, wearing flesh to guide those who listen. Based on what we know, neither theory can be proven. Yet all agree. The hermit is older than he should be, and the island seems calmer when he smiles. Empress Zhou Taiying, the keeper of balance. In the west, among the mist-wrapped cliffs and waterfalls of Ebon-Scale Reach, rules Empress Zhou Taiying, whose story stands apart from Aeternum's chaos. Unlike most who stumbled upon the island by accident, Zhou's ancestors arrived with purpose. Refugees from distant lands, seeking sanctuary beyond the world's wars. Under her reign, they built a civilization that thrives in harmony with Azoth rather than against it. Her palace glows with restrained light. Her soldiers train in silence beneath cascades that glimmer with the island's glow. The Empress believes that Aeternum is neither curse nor blessing, but a mirror. It gives us what we bring to it. She teaches, violence births monsters, patience births gardens. Her philosophy, called the Way of Still Water, has turned Ebon-Scale into a place of rare peace. The marauders view her rule with grudging respect. The Covenant mistrusts her lack of worship. The Syndicate studies her city with fascination. Some even speculate that Joe has discovered a means to stabilize Azoth, preventing it from corrupting flesh or mind. If true, it could mean she has achieved what the ancients could not: coexistence. There are rumors, however, of a hidden sorrow. The Empress is said to spend hours gazing into the waters of her shrine, as if waiting for someone to return. Perhaps she lost a loved one to the island's endless cycle. Perhaps she mourns a world beyond the storm wall. Whatever the truth, her presence radiates serenity, touched with melancholy, like sunlight on water after rain. She is proof that strength need not roar. It can simply endure. Madame Petra, the voice in the marsh. To those who wander the ghostly wetlands of Reekwater, the name Madame Petra is spoken in equal parts awe and fear. She is a mystic of unknown origin, dwelling in a hut woven from reeds and bones. Her age is impossible to guess. Her eyes glow faintly with Azoth's soft blue, and her speech slides between clarity and riddle. Some claim she once served the Syndicate as a scholar. Others believe she was among the first settlers, long since transformed by the swamp's power. Petra speaks of Aeternum as a dreaming mind. Every dreamer has nightmares, she tells those who visit. Corruption is simply the island waking up in a bad mood. Her insight, while unsettling, carries an intuitive truth that even scholars cannot dismiss. She seems to know when corruption blooms before it appears, and where the angry earth will rise before the ground stirs. This could imply that she is attuned to Azoth's flow more deeply than any living being, perhaps because she no longer resists it. Visitors often report leaving her hut changed, calmer, or perhaps simply quieter. One marauder captain who sought her counsel before battle described her as a mirror that speaks. When asked what she told him, he only replied, "She reminded me that nothing on this island ever really dies, not even mistakes." Madame Petra remains an enigma, neither saint nor witch. But those who've met her seldom forget her parting words. When the island dreams of you, make sure it's a gentle dream. The island's story is told not by a single voice, but by 1,000, some loud and defiant, others soft as memory. These are the people who bridge the boundaries between history and myth, who embody Aeternum's many faces: the conqueror, the prophet, the wanderer, the seeker. Each reflects a fragment of what it means to live and live again within a world that refuses to forget. The Watchers, guardians between life and death. Among the strangest of Aeternum's inhabitants are those known simply as the Watchers. They stand at the edges of settlements and along roads less traveled, silent figures robed in blue-gray, faces hidden behind featureless masks. When newcomers first wash ashore, it is often a watcher who greets them, offering calm words of guidance, a strange kindness in a place where nothing else is certain. The Watchers never age. They appear and vanish like the tide, their numbers neither increasing nor dwindling. The Syndicate has long suspected they are constructs of azoth, manifestations of the island's will designed to shepherd new souls. The Covenant calls them angels, while the Marauders simply call them those who know too much. Their origins are shrouded in mystery. One account from early settlers describes a watcher walking into the sea and dissolving into blue light. Another claims a watcher was seen speaking to a corrupted commander, both lowering their weapons in silence before parting ways. These stories could imply that watchers exist outside the factions of man and the dichotomy of corruption, that they serve the balance itself. Every watcher carries a lantern that glows faintly even in daylight. Scholars have tried to study these lights, believing them to contain azoth in its purest, untainted form. Yet whenever one is taken, the lantern fades to darkness. It is as if the light within knows when it is no longer being held by its rightful keeper. When asked why they help the lost and the newly risen, the Watchers always answer the same way. Because the island remembers what it is to begin. Their words, like the wind through reeds, hold a quiet power. Whether spirits, machines, or manifestations, the Watchers represent the gentler side of Aeternum's consciousness, the impulse to guide rather than consume. High Adjudicator Anselma, Flame of the Covenant. To the faithful of the Covenant, few names inspire greater devotion than Saint Anselma of First Light. Once a humble healer, she rose to prominence after a series of miracles witnessed during the early years of settlement. When corruption first spread along the southern coast, it was said that Anselma walked barefoot through the blighted soil, her steps blooming with lilies of gold. The corrupted recoiled, their red fire dimming before her light. Her sermons were not filled with threats or fury, but quiet certainty. The light is not something we carry, she said. It carries us. Even here, even now, under her guidance, the Covenant transformed from a scattered band of zealots into a unified faith. Her writings, collected as the Hymnal of Dawn, remain sacred text, quoted by priests and paladins alike. She taught that Aeternum's curse was also its redemption, that only through endless trial could the soul be purified. Near the end of her life, if such a term even holds meaning on Aeternum, she withdrew to a shrine overlooking the sea. When her followers came seeking her counsel, they found only her staff, glowing faintly, embedded in the ground. Some say she transcended into the light itself. Others whisper that she still walks the island in unseen form, guiding those whose faith falters. The Syndicate maintains that her disappearance was likely self-imposed exile. Yet, each dawn, a column of pale light rises briefly from the waters near first light. To the faithful, that is proof enough that she endures. The Magisters of the Syndicate, keepers of forbidden truth. While the Covenant seeks salvation and the Marauders strength, the Syndicate pursues knowledge with the fervor of worship. At its center stand the Magisters, the ruling council of scholars whose names are seldom spoken beyond whispered debate. Each Magister oversees a discipline: alchemy, linguistics, metaphysics, or azothic resonance, and guards its secrets fiercely. Of these figures, Magister Faust, the chronicler of the ancients, is perhaps the most renowned. He was the first to propose that azoth is not merely energy, but consciousness itself, a sentient medium recording every moment of existence. His writings describe the island as a crystalline dream, where every thought and action becomes permanent record. "We are not living on Aeternum," he once wrote. "We are living within its memory." The implications were staggering, even blasphemous. The Covenant declared his research heretical. The Marauders dismissed it as madness. Faust vanished shortly after publishing his final treatise. When the Syndicate later excavated his laboratory, they found no body, only a faint echo of laughter and a spiral of blue flame lingering in the air. Another figure of note, Magister Livia, devoted her life to bridging the gap between science and spirit. She believed the ancients' downfall stemmed from arrogance, from treating azoth as a tool rather than a partner. Her writings advocate for coexistence and humility, though her experiments suggest otherwise. One recovered manuscript describes her attempts to communicate directly with the island through sound and vibration, creating tones that mimic the hum of azoth veins. Witnesses claimed to hear voices answering from the stone itself. The last line of her notes reads simply, "It spoke my name." Whether these magisters achieved communion or perished in pursuit of it remains unknown, but their work continues to shape the Syndicate's inner circles, inspiring generations of scholars to push beyond the limits of reason, sometimes into madness, sometimes into revelation. Commander Marius. The Iron Vow. Not all legends belong to mystics or scholars. Some are carved from discipline and blood. Commander Marius, a marauder general, is a name spoken in every training yard, from Windsward to Monarch's Bluffs. Once a mercenary in the old world, he came to Aeternum seeking the one thing war had never given him: meaning. The island gave him immortality instead, and he has spent every rebirth trying to make that gift worthy of its cost. Marius is known for his unyielding code: never retreat, never kill without purpose, and never let the dead be forgotten. His soldiers claim that when they fall, he personally ensures their bodies are burned, a ritual act in defiance of the island's refusal to release them. If we can't die, he says, then let our memories rest. There are rumors that he once met Empress Zhou Tai Ying during a campaign along the western cliffs. They fought a duel said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights, ending only when both lowered their weapons and laughed. No one knows what passed between them, but since that day, Marius forbade his troops from invading Ebonscale. She's already won, he told them. She's conquered herself. Though unaligned with faith or philosophy, Marius embodies humanity's rawest virtue: endurance. In his presence, the soldiers of the marauders find not cruelty, but conviction, proof that strength can be disciplined, that eternity can be born with honor. He is the antithesis of Captain Thorpe, not the corrupted conqueror, but the eternal sentinel. Nariah, keeper of whispers. In the jungles of Eden Grove, where the air hums with the voice of the forest, lives Nariah, called the Keeper of Whispers. Once a covenant missionary sent north to cleanse the angry earth, she vanished for decades and was presumed dead. When she returned, her skin bore faint green veins, and her voice carried a tone like rustling leaves. She claimed the forest had spoken to her, and that she could now speak for it. Nariah lives between worlds, neither human nor fully one with the angry earth. She serves as mediator between settlers and spirits, warning both against excess. The island doesn't hate us, she says. It remembers what it feels like to hurt. Her message has earned her reverence among the gentle-hearted and suspicion from zealots who see her as tainted. Yet her presence has prevented countless conflicts. Even corrupted beasts seem hesitant to attack when she is near. Some believe Nariah represents the next stage of evolution, humanity adapting not by dominating Azoth, but by joining its rhythm. It could imply that the island's ultimate purpose is not isolation, but integration. the merging of man, spirit, and nature into something new. The Wandering Bard, Memory's Song. Amid all Aeternum's turmoil, there is one figure who reminds its people of what they once were. The Wandering Bard, a nameless minstrel draped in travel-worn clothes, carrying a lute carved from azoth-hardened wood, roams the island, singing songs of past lives. His melodies are soft, haunting, and strangely familiar to all who hear them. Some swear they remember the tunes from dreams long forgotten. No one knows where the bard comes from or how he survives the perils of Aeternum. The corrupted ignore him. The angry earth part their routes for him to pass. His voice carries across battlefields, harming even the most furious hearts. When asked his name, he always smiles and replies, "I've had many." The syndicate speculates that he is a construct of the island, a personification of its memory. The Covenant believes he is the spirit of a saint, sent to remind the lost of beauty. The marauders, when drunk around campfires, claim he's just a clever ghost who enjoys an audience. But those who have heard his final verse say it stays with them forever. All things forgotten still remember the light. All hearts return to the sea of night. The bard's song, simple and infinite, may be Aeternum's oldest truth. That memory, not death, is what binds the living. Section 8. Philosophy of Immortality, Meaning Within Eternity. On any other world, life is defined by its end. Mortality gives shape to meaning, urgency to love, gravity to choice. But on Aeternum, where death has no dominion, those rules collapse. What happens to a soul when consequence dissolves? What does living mean when one can never truly die? These questions haunt every traveler who steps onto the island's shores, echoing beneath the hum of azoth itself. The paradox of the eternal. When the first settlers realized that death on Aeternum was impermanent, they celebrated. "We have conquered mortality," one captain wrote in his log. "Here we shall build an empire that time itself cannot erode." Yet within a generation, celebration turned to despair. Immortality, they discovered, is not victory, it is burden. Each resurrection brings a flicker of forgetfulness. The first time one dies, it is a marvel, a strange, luminous return. The world around them reassembling in a halo of blue light. The 10th time, it becomes routine. The 100th, an afterthought. The 1000th, it becomes meaningless. Over centuries, individuals begin to lose track of their origins. Their purpose eroded like footprints beneath the tide. This is the quiet terror of Aeternum, the erosion of identity. Without death to mark an end, there are no true beginnings, only cycles. The lost are not monsters by choice, but casualties of memory, minds dissolved in the slow tide of eternity. The corrupted are what happens when the soul resists that dissolution too fiercely, clutching at self until the pressure shatters it into rage. Between those extremes walk the living, fragile, uncertain, clinging to tasks and factions and wars, if only to feel the illusion of progress. The Covenant teaches that immortality is a divine test, the fire in which sin is burned away. Each death is a confession, their scriptures say, and each resurrection a chance to be forgiven. To them, endless life is not blessing or curse, but purgatory, refining the soul until it achieves perfection. The Syndicate rejects this, seeing immortality as a scientific phenomenon, a byproduct of azoth's regenerative field. Yet even they struggle with its philosophical weight. If consciousness persists without consequence, what defines moral choice? If nothing ends, wrote Magister Livia, then sin and virtue are the same act seen at different times. The marauders, characteristically pragmatic, refuse to dwell on such abstractions. To them, immortality is an opportunity, proof that glory can be earned without fear. But even among their ranks, there are whispers of fatigue. Some warriors tire of unending campaigns, their memories blurred, their victories hollow. "We win today," one veteran said, "and wake tomorrow to fight again, against the same faces." The war is eternal, and so is our exhaustion. Memory as mortality. For most who dwell on Aeternum, memory becomes the substitute for death. Forgetting, not dying, is what defines the end of a life. The lost are the extreme of this truth, souls stripped of identity, wandering through echoes of who they were. In that sense, every mortal who remains sane fights an invisible war against oblivion. Journals, carvings, letters, and monuments litter the island, not as vanity, but as lifelines. "Write it down," says an old proverb. "If you forget your name, the island will give you another." Scholars of the Syndicate have theorized that Azoth itself stores memory, that every death imprints the soul's last thought into the island's collective consciousness. If true, then Aeternum is not merely alive but aware, composed of the overlapping dreams of everyone who has ever lived upon it. This could imply that the strange phenomena of the island, visions in the eternal pools, whispers among the ruins, Even the recurrence of familiar faces are manifestations of this stored memory. We walk upon a graveyard that sings, wrote Magister Faust, and every step hums with remembrance. The Covenant interprets this differently. To them, these echoes are not remnants of memory, but divine callings, fragments of the Creator's voice, reminding humanity that no action is ever lost. Their priests often meditate at ancient shrines, claiming to hear confessions carried by the wind. Whether these are hallucinations, faith, or genuine communion, none can say. But the effect is the same. Even silence has meaning on Aeternum, for it may contain the voices of the forgotten. For the marauders, memory is a weapon. They record their battles, carve names of the fallen into their fortresses, and recite them before every campaign. To forget a comrade is to fail them. In this, they find a strange kind of mortality. They die not when the body falls, but when no one remembers their deeds. Their rituals, simple yet solemn, give shape to the unending, moments of closure in a world that refuses to close. The burden of the infinite. Time behaves differently on Aeternum. Seasons shift, yet the years blur. Some claim the island resets itself periodically, erasing traces of decay, rebuilding forests overnight, closing wounds in the land. It could imply that Aeternum, like its inhabitants, cannot die, only renew. But such renewal carries cost. When the island restores itself, it also reshapes memory, altering the landscape of history. Events bleed into myth, and myth into truth. The Syndicate calls this phenomenon temporal recursion, a looping of reality within Azoth's energy field. They've observed that certain ruins reappear after being destroyed. Their architecture subtly changed, as if remembering themselves differently. "We are trapped in the island's dream," Faust once wrote. "It dreams of us, and we of it." Each awakening brings a new verse to the same song. This endless repetition leads many to question purpose. If every battle is refought, every structure rebuilt, and every life reborn, then what does effort mean? The Covenant answers with faith. Meaning lies in intention, not outcome. The Syndicate answers with discovery. Each loop reveals new understanding. The Marauders answer with will. Even if nothing lasts, struggle itself finds existence. All three are correct in their own ways, and all are prisoners of the same truth, that immortality is both liberation and cage. Among the island's oldest inhabitants, a saying persists. The island gives you as many lives as it takes to learn who you are. Some take comfort in that idea. Others despair at the thought that self-knowledge may never be complete. The island as consciousness. More and more, evidence suggests that Aeternum is not merely a location, but a living, thinking entity, a collective consciousness shaped by azoth. The presence of the angry earth, the behavior of the corrupted, the cycles of resurrection, and the eerie responsiveness of the environment all point toward intelligence. The question remains, is it benevolent, indifferent, or something beyond morality altogether? Magister Livia believed Aeternum to be a mind dreaming of balance. She proposed that every living creature upon it is a neuron in its vast network, each death and rebirth a pulse of thought. We are its synapses, she wrote. It feels through us. If true, then the corruption could represent inflammation, the overactivity of a mind overwhelmed by memory. The angry earth might be its immune system, healing what it can. Humanity, ever the unpredictable element, serves as both disease and remedy. The Covenant's theology aligns, in a way, with this view. They see the island as the Creator's last, unfinished work, a place where divinity still refines creation through endless testing. Aeternum's consciousness, in their belief, is the Creator's voice-given form, not cruel, but relentless in its pursuit of perfection. To suffer is to be sculpted. To endure is to be chosen. Others, like Madame Petra and Jonas the Hermit, hold gentler views. They describe the island not as God or machine, but as memory itself, a sentient sea of recollection that loves too deeply to let anything fade. It remembers because forgetting would be death, Petra says, and even gods fear to die. Whether divine or natural, this awareness permeates everything. Storms seem to answer emotion. The land responds to need. Those who walk in reverence find guidance. Those who walk in pride find resistance. It could imply that Aeternum reflects consciousness back upon itself, not judging, merely mirroring. The true danger lies not in the island's will, but in what it shows each soul about its own, finding meaning without end. And so, the greatest challenge for those who dwell on Aeternum is not survival, but purpose. How does one live an infinite life without losing one's reason for living? Some choose faith, others knowledge, others conquest. Yet beneath every creed lies the same yearning to matter, even in a world where nothing fades. Perhaps meaning on Aeternum is not found in permanence, but in participation. Each life, however brief or endless, becomes part of the island's ongoing story. To live well is to leave an imprint, not upon stone, but upon the consciousness that holds the world together. When the wind sighs through the trees, when the rivers hum with light, when the shrines pulse faintly under moonlight, perhaps it is the island whispering back the sum of all lives lived upon it. Jonas once said, "Immortality isn't about never dying, it's about never being done." His words, simple yet profound, capture the essence of Aeternum's philosophy. There is no ending here, only becoming, over and over, in cycles of struggle and serenity, until perhaps one day the island itself finds peace. ChatGPT said, Section 9, The Storm Wall and the Worlds Beyond, Aeternum. The boundary of eternity. Every world, no matter how vast or enchanted, has its edge. For Aeternum, that edge is the storm wall, a barrier of unending thunder and churning sea that circles the island like a living moat, eternal and impassable. It is the horizon's final secret, the line where curiosity meets fear. To the eye, it appears as a perpetual cyclone, lightning striking downward and upward at once, clouds rolling with unnatural symmetry. To the soul, it feels like judgment, a wall of sound and light that hums with the same rhythm as the island's heart. The storm wall is the first thing every sailor sees, and for most, the last. Only a handful have ever breached it, and those who do, like the player's arrival in New World, seldom remember how. The sea that surrounds it has no stars to navigate by, no wind that behaves predictably. Compasses spin without end, and the horizon glows faintly even on the darkest nights. It is not a storm of weather, but of will. The nature of the storm wall. The Syndicate was the first faction to treat the storm wall as something more than divine punishment or natural phenomenon. Their earliest observations note that lightning within the barrier always flashes in patterned intervals, sometimes repeating across days, almost as if the storm itself were sending coded signals. When Magister Livia analyzed the intervals, she found them to match the harmonic frequencies of azoth found in Aeternum's deepest ruins. The sea sings the same song as the stone, she wrote. The island's pulse does not end at the shore. This discovery led to the prevailing containment theory, the idea that the storm wall is an intentional construct, designed by the ancients to seal Aeternum off from the rest of the world. It could imply that the island was never meant to be found, that its immortality and azoth-rich essence required isolation to maintain balance. Some evidence supports this. Murals in the ruins of the ancient city of Elysian Divide show figures standing before a swirling wall of cloud, their arms raised in warning. Below them are words that translate roughly as, "We bind the wound, lest the world bleed." Yet, as with all things on Aeternum, the truth is layered. The Covenant sees the storm wall as divine judgment, a purifying flame meant to keep the unworthy from entering paradise. It is the border between sin and salvation, declares one of their sermons. Only those chosen may cross through the storm unharmed. To them, every ship that breaks through has been selected by higher will. The marauders, less spiritual, view it as a test of strength, a challenge from the world itself to prove one's worth by surviving the impossible. Regardless of interpretation, all agree on one fact: no one leaves. Countless expeditions have tried to sail outward through the storm wall, each ending the same. Wreckage returned to the beaches days later, crews either missing or found wandering the shores as if nothing had happened, unable to remember why they tried. Some bear faint burn marks on their skin that glow blue under moonlight, like echoes of lightning trapped beneath the flesh. The theories of connection. While most accept the storm wall as an impenetrable barrier, a few scholars have proposed it may be less a wall and more a veil, a membrane separating Aeternum from multiple realities. This theory, sometimes called the multi-layer hypothesis, suggests that Aeternum exists in a convergence point between worlds, a knot in the fabric of creation where energy from other realms flows together. The ancients may have discovered this anomaly and built their civilization atop it, using azoth to stabilize the intersection. The Syndicate's research into anomalies around Reekwater and the Starstone Barrows lends weight to this theory. Explorers report brief moments when the air seems to shimmer, revealing landscapes that vanish upon approach, deserts under twin suns, towers that float upside down, and seas of glass stretching to the horizon. These visions could imply that the storm wall does not merely encircle the island, but also separates it from infinite reflections of itself, alternate Aeternums existing in layers of time and probability. If true, this might explain the phenomenon of déjà vu common among long-term settlers, the sensation of reliving moments, seeing faces they swear they've known before. Perhaps they have, in another version of the island's eternal cycle. Perhaps every life lived here echoes across countless Aeternums, each loop refining the soul towards some unseen goal. Magister Faust speculated that to pass the storm wall is to awaken into another dream, not to escape, but to begin again elsewhere. The Covenant rejects such notions as heresy, yet even they cannot deny the peculiar symmetry of Aeternum's storms. Their theologians note that lightning strikes the same points on the island at regular intervals, as if marking a ritual. The island speaks to the heavens, one high priest wrote, and the heavens answer with thunder. The sea as memory. To those who live on Aeternum's coasts, the storm wall is not an enemy, but a companion. Fishermen speak of hearing voices within the thunder, low murmurs like prayers half forgotten. Some claim to see shapes in the clouds, faces, ships, and wings that dissolve when lightning flashes. Jonas the Hermit once said, "The sea remembers every ship that has ever tried to cross it. That's why it never stills. Memory is movement." There are legends among the coastal settlers of the Ghost Armada, a fleet of spectral vessels that sailed the perimeter of the storm wall, their lanterns glowing blue. They are said to be crewed by those who once tried to leave, doomed to patrol the edge forever as guardians or warnings. Sailors sometimes glimpse their silhouettes at dusk, masts swaying in rhythm with the waves, voices carried faintly on the wind. They hum the same tune as the storm, a fisherman once said, and the sea hums back. The Syndicate has attempted to record the storm wall's resonance using azoth-infused tuning forks. The resulting tones, when played back inland, produce strange effects: plants bending toward the sound, corrupted creatures recoiling, and, in one instance, an entire pool of water rising in spirals before settling again. This could imply that the storm wall's energy interacts directly with the island's azoth network, sustaining Aeternum's self-contained system. In other words, the storm is not simply defense, it is maintenance. Dream of the beyond. Yet even on an island of eternity, longing for elsewhere persists. The dream of crossing the storm wall haunts the restless. Some believe that beyond it lies the true world, untouched by Azoth's influence, where life and death retain their natural rhythm. Others believe the opposite, that beyond the storm lies the source of Azoth itself, a cosmic wellspring from which all creation flows. A recurring dream is shared by those who spend too much time gazing at the horizon. In it, the storm parts for a moment, revealing a calm sea beneath stars unfamiliar to any map. A voice calls, sometimes a loved one's, sometimes their own. They step forward, the light envelops them, and they wake on the shore, soaked and unable to remember. The covenant calls these the invitations. The stick calls them recursions. To the rest, they are simply nightmares that never quite end. There is a story, told in taverns and temples alike, of a ship called the Solace, which vanished into the storm wall a century ago. Its captain, a woman named Irene Voss, was said to have charted patterns in the lightning, believing them to form a map. Before she sailed, she left a final inscription carved into her cabin door. "If I do not return, I have gone home." Some say she succeeded, that somewhere beyond the storm, she found another Aeternum, untouched and whole. Others believe the flashes seen at sea on moonless nights are her ship still sailing, trapped between worlds. Perhaps both are true. The purpose of the wall. In time, scholars, priests, and wanderers came to agree on one truth. The storm wall is not merely a prison, it is part of Aeternum's design. Whether built by the ancients, summoned by the divine, or formed naturally from the island's own will, its function is preservation. It protects the balance within, ensuring that Azoth's volatile essence remains contained. Were it to fall, the energy of immortality could spill outward, reshaping the world beyond. This belief has led some to view Aeternum not as a paradise, but as a quarantine, a place set apart to contain a power too dangerous to release. If that is true, then those who live here are both caretakers and captives. "We are the island's antibodies," wrote Magister Livia before her disappearance. "We keep the sickness of eternity from spreading, and in doing so, become its cure and its curse." It could imply that Aeternum is not isolated by chance, but by mercy. Perhaps the ancients, in their final act, sealed themselves within their own creation to protect the rest of the world. And now, generation after generation, humanity repeats their vigil, unaware that their endless struggle sustains the barrier that imprisons them. The sound beyond. There are rare nights when the storm wall grows quiet, when the sea smooths, the thunder stills, and a deep, low tone hums across the horizon. Those who have heard it describe it as neither song nor noise, but something in between, a resonance that vibrates in the chest, evoking both fear and longing. It lasts only minutes, then fades, and the storm resumes. Madame Petra believes this is the island dreaming of beyond, testing the boundaries of its own cage. It listens, she says, and sometimes it hears an echo. The Covenant calls it the breath of the Creator. The Syndicate calls it the silence between frequencies. Whatever the name, it reminds those who hear it that even eternity has edges, and that every prison, no matter how vast, remembers freedom. Section 10. The Endless Promise of Aeternum. Reflections and Conclusions. There are lands that live in memory and lands that live forever. Aeternum is both. It is not merely a place of stone and water, but an idea given shape, the notion that eternity might be endured, that life might persist beyond its natural end. And in this endlessness lies both the island's wonder and its warning. Every traveler who arrives upon its shores eventually learns the same truth. The promise of immortality is not freedom from death, but a confrontation with the self that no death can end. The living memory of the world. In the silence of dawn, when mist drifts between the trees and azoth glows faintly beneath the soil, Aeternum feels alive in the gentlest way. The air hums with memory. Footsteps echo not only across distance, but across time, as though every path remembers those who have walked it before. The rivers carry whispers of ancient tongues. Even the stars above seem closer here, their reflections rippling in the island's pools like eyes that never blink. For those who live here long enough, the boundaries between self and world begin to blur. They feel the pulse of azoth in their blood, the rhythm of the island matching their own heartbeat. Many describe moments of strange empathy, knowing what a tree feels when lightning strikes, sensing the sorrow of a dying beast, hearing laughter in the wind that has no human source. It could imply that Aeternum's consciousness is not separate from its inhabitants, but inclusive of them. Every living thing a thought within its vast and dreaming mind. The ancients may have understood this unity once, before ambition severed harmony. Their ruins, scattered and half-buried, still hum faintly, as though remembering the time when creation and creator were one. Perhaps that is Aeternum's greatest tragedy, that it remembers what it was meant to be, but not how to return. Humanity's reflection. Aeternum is a mirror, and in its reflection, humanity confronts itself. Each faction, each soul embodies an aspect of the eternal struggle. The marauders remind the island of strength, the raw, defiant will to survive, even when survival has no end. The Covenant reminds it of faith, the yearning for purpose in a world that offers none freely. The syndicate embodies curiosity, the insatiable hunger to understand what cannot be fully known. Together, they are the island's triad of being: body, spirit, and mind, each striving for balance within the unending. And yet, for all their differences, their stories converge. Every war, every alliance, every discovery circles back to the same truth. The island changes those who dwell upon it. It strips away pretense and exposes essence. In Aeternum, no one remains who they were when they arrived. Some find enlightenment, others despair, but all are transformed. Jonas the Hermit once told a young adventurer, "You don't come to Aeternum to live forever. You come to find out why you want to." It is a simple statement, yet it carries the weight of the island's philosophy. The question is not whether eternity can be endured, but whether it can be lived. Cycles of balance. The world of Aeternum breathes in patterns. Corruption spreads. The angry earth heals. Humanity builds, and the storm contains. These rhythms are not war, but dialogue, the conversation of a living world with itself. To the untrained eye, the island appears in conflict. To those who listen closely, it sings corruption, the lost, the forest, the storm. All are verses in a single, endless hymn. The ancients may have tried to silence this song, to impose control upon a living system that defies mastery. Their fall serves as reminder and prophecy. Each generation repeats their steps, seeking to command the eternal rather than coexist with it. And each time, Aeternum responds, gently at first, then with the roar of the storm wall, the bloom of corruption, the rise of the forest, reclaiming what was taken. It could imply that balance is not a destination, but a perpetual act of remembering. When the Covenant prays, when the Syndicate experiments, when the Marauders train beneath the unsetting sun, all unknowingly contribute to that balance. Their conflicts sustain the rhythm. Their lives feed the cycle. In that sense, every soul on Aeternum, whether saint or sinner, plays a role in keeping the world alive. Without them, perhaps the island would finally grow silent, and silence here may be the true death. The philosophy of becoming. To live eternally is to be confronted with infinite becoming. There are no endings, only transformations, self giving way to self, moment to moment, forever. The lost represent the danger of resisting change, the corrupted, the peril of embracing it without restraint. The angry earth shows what happens when balance is found. humanity stands between them, forever choosing, forever learning. Perhaps this is the hidden purpose of Aeternum: to teach that existence is not a straight path, but a circle, and that within that circle lies freedom. When one ceases to fight the current and instead moves with it, eternity becomes not prison, but flow. Madame Petra calls this the still current. The river does not stop moving, yet the water at its heart is always still. In that stillness lies understanding, the realization that meaning is not given, but created, moment by moment, act by act. Aeternum offers endless time, not as gift, but as canvas. What one paints upon it is the only immortality that matters. The storm wall within. The outer storm wall keeps the world away. The inner one keeps the soul contained. Every inhabitant of Aeternum carries their own storm, fears, regrets, ambitions, swirling endlessly inside. Just as no ship escapes the sea's tempest, no spirit escapes the turbulence of self. But when one learns to sail within it, to read the lightning rather than flee from it, they find peace amid the thunder. Many who have lived long upon the island describe a moment of awakening, a calm acceptance that eternity is not meant to be solved but experienced. They begin to see beauty in the repetition, purpose in the pattern. To rise again after each fall is no longer burden, but ritual, a quiet reaffirmation of life itself. Perhaps that is what the island wishes its children to learn, that to exist endlessly is to become the heartbeat of creation, echoing without cease. The final dream. In every story told upon Aeternum's shores, there lingers one shared vision. It comes to the weary, the wise, and the lost alike, a dream of the storm wall parting, of golden light spilling across calm waters. They see figures walking upon the waves, friends long gone, enemies forgiven, selves once forgotten. The light calls, but none who wake remember stepping into it. Some say it is prophecy that when the island finally understands itself, the storm will break and all who dwell upon it will be free. Others believe it is simply the mind's way of imagining closure in a place that knows none. But perhaps, as Jonas once mused, the storm doesn't end because it is the sea. Aeternum's eternity may never cease because in its endlessness lies the perfection it was always meant to hold. Life unending, memory unbroken, and the quiet hum of existence continuing forever. Epilogue. The whisper beneath the waves. Still Stand at the edge of Aeternum's shore long enough, and you may hear it, the faint whisper beneath the crash of waves, the murmur of the island breathing. It speaks not in words, but in feeling, warmth, sorrow, peace. In that moment, you might realize that the island has always been speaking, and that you have always been part of its voice. Every act of courage, every song, every fall, every rising, all of it becomes the island's memory, and through that memory, endure. For in Aeternum, nothing truly ends. The light never dies. The sea never rests. The story never stops being told. Thank you for joining me on this journey through New World, Aeternum. May its myths and mysteries carry you gently into rest, where the storms fade, the waves whisper, and the world itself seems to breathe with you. If you enjoyed drifting through this lore tonight, remember to like, subscribe, and return again for more stories from the worlds that dream in silence. Until next time, sleep well, traveler.